Whatever merit I have gathered through prostrations, offerings, confession, rejoicing, beseeching, and praying, for the sake of the enlightenment of all sentient beings, all this I dedicate. Please turn the wheel of the Dharma, of the two vehicles and their combination, according to the dispositions and likewise the mental capacities of sentient beings. Good morning, my Dharma friends. Today it's raining and it's cold outside, and you still made the effort to come here this morning, so I would like to first say thank you for that.
나한테 그 토로 마음에 대자도 입힌 걸로 들고 요래 카카만 해봐 어떤 주들 카카를 양상하들 카카를 양소자 대로를 카카를 망자 성을 이 하고 두고 말이 이 이제 싸워지 하고서는 이 남가를 성하더니 하고 두고 요래 싸워졌더니 당신 하고야 계신 거요 했지.
So we are receiving teachings on Chod, and we hear a lot about that. We receive many teachings on that. And whatever is the teaching, it is said that any Buddhist teaching has to be in accordance with the Buddha's words. So what is the Buddha actually? The state of Buddhahood is a state where there is no self-grasping whatsoever. There is no concept of a self. And there is only an altruistic mind wishing to benefit others. Essentially, our mind and the Buddha's mind are the same. The Buddha himself said, all beings are actually Buddhas. They are only obscured by adventitious stains. And once these stains are cleared away, all beings are actually Buddhas. So what the Buddha is saying is, you have to open up your mind. It has to become vast. If your mind remains narrow, then you will continue to always cling to this idea of a self, an I, that does not actually exist. But this concept, this fixation of an I, is what ties you down. And it's something that we cannot see with our eyes, this self-grasping. Because we are ignorant, we are unable to see our true nature, what we really are. So the mind is in this temporary, frozen, ice-like state, although by nature it is water. But it has frozen. It is like the cold weather that made it freeze. The cold weather is also something that we can't see with our eyes, but it happens and it makes the water freeze. So think about this again and again. It's very important to recognize self-grasping, to understand the fault of self-grasping. When you grasp at a self, you will always consider yourself as most important. And that is what makes the mind remain in this ice-like frozen state. And in that state, being like an ice block can cause a lot of harm. We can hurt others with an ice block. So we need to understand that as the basis. In the 37 Bodhisattva practices, it says, all suffering without exception comes from wishing for one's own happiness. The perfect Buddhas arise from the altruistic mind. So think about the quality of an altruistic mind, even just a small notion of an altruistic mind. And think about the faults of self-grasping. And that's really something that you have to reflect upon over and over again, so that a real feeling arises. When you really begin to feel the fault of self-grasping, then you will finally want to do something about it. So the Buddha said, we are only obscured by these temporary stains. And that is the stain of believing in the existence of a self. And the essence of all the Buddha's teachings is to tame that self. So the 84,000 teachings of the Buddha are a method to destroy self-grasping. And then each of those 84,000 teachings can be combined with each other, so each has 84,000 subdivisions, so there's basically endless teachings. And the Buddha said, I taught them all in order to tame the self-grasping in sentient beings. So it is said that all phenomena arise from their causes and conditions. So the Dharma is a method, the single method, the cause to accomplish that. And because of that, the various different Dharma teachings all have a single meaning. So therefore, no matter what path you practice, whether you practice the path of individual liberation of the bodhisattvas or the Vajrayana, they all are a method to eliminate self-grasping. And the method, the ultimate method to do that is to cultivate an altruistic mind. And in this regard, the teachings are actually not separate from each other. And that's important to understand, because otherwise you might think that today I'm receiving Chod teachings, and that's separate to a different Vajrayana teaching. You read different books and you think that these are all different, separate teachings. And then because of that, there is just too many of teachings, and then it's hard to understand any of it. So it's very important to understand that single basis, the root of all of these teachings. Because when you understand this basis, the root, then no matter what path you take, you will be able to follow it correctly. So understanding the root, the basis, is really crucial. So this, thank you. So this term Chod, it means directly cutting through, to cut, to sever. And so what we really cut through or sever is self-grasping. It is like an axe. Like in the old days in Tibet, we just had an axe to cut anything. So it is said it is like an axe that cuts through self-grasping in a forceful way. So as we mentioned before, the Buddha had said, sentient beings are only temporarily obscured by these adventitious stains, and that is the stain of self-grasping. Since beginningless time in samsara, this concept, this belief in a self, has become the very basis of wandering in samsara. We falsely grasp at a self that does not actually exist. So from the perspective of the view of Mahamudra or Dzogchen, how do we recognize the self? In those teachings it is said in the very beginning that has to be recognized, that self-grasping, this concept of I, an existing I. So there was this story about Drupal Lama, a realized master who gave a pointing out instruction to a disciple. So first the disciple requested the instructions on the nature of the mind. And so then the guru said, first for that you have to recognize, you have to find that yourself, that self. So where is it? So then he sat there meditating, but he couldn't find it. So he said, I can't find it. And so then the teacher insisted, but then I can't teach you the Dharma. This is absolutely necessary to have. You have to show me that self. You have to find that self. Without that, I can't give you any teachings. So go home and find the self. And then tomorrow you can report back to me. There is a self, he said. It's just you don't know where it is. You haven't found it. So that disciple really believed that there is something to find. There's got to be somewhere. So this is actually how the Mahamudra introduction begins. So then he went back home and he really tried to find that self. He was very diligent. All night long he practiced, he meditated to find that self. And he was reflecting and he was meditating and he just could not find it. And then when the morning broke, early in the morning he returned to that Lama and the Lama asked him, so did you find the self? And he said, Rinpoche, I could not find it anywhere. There is no self, I couldn't find it. So then the guru was slightly irritated and said, so what are you doing here then? Why do you come here? And the disciple said, well, I'm still here to receive Dharma teachings. And then the guru said, that's it. I'm here to receive Dharma teachings. That's it. There is yourself. So actually when we are introduced to the nature of mind in this way, it's really very beneficial because we have to recognize that self-grasping first. And normally we do not recognize it. It only arises due to a certain condition. When a certain condition is there, then that thought of I arises. And then it goes away again. So it is something that we cannot see when we look at it. It is like the space. It comes and it goes depending on conditions. And so that is why the Buddha said, these poor sentient beings who cling to a self when there is no real self. So this is how one is introduced to the nature of the mind, by actually first being introduced to this concept of a self when we receive a pointing out instruction. So then it is taught in the context of these instructions, when you recognize that that mind is non-dual, that there is no separation between others and yourself, then it is referred to as primordial wisdom. And for as long as you do perceive a duality of self and other, then that mind is called consciousness. the samsaric consciousness. So in the beginning again, it is very important, first of all, to recognize this concept, this notion of I or the self.
될 때는 다 말도 하고서 잖아. 이제 다 그게 자원도지 조직 타는 거는 송지들이 양좀 제일 공적으로 그래. 저도 자체당 먹선 era 내 롱탕 트파 백인선 대중요래 이랑 진짜로 랑 조골아들이 나차양 롱탕 트파 백인선데 이 좀더 점이 나차도 점이 롱탕 트파 백인선이 이제 맞지 직장이 얼마리 같이 롱 속체 모델이 같이 트파 속체와 같이 백인 속체와 이 롱 속체와 되는데 녹차 속체와 트파 속체와 시당 속체와 백인 속체와 또 속체와 내 롱탕 트파 백인선이 녹차 시당 또 목숨 콘트와요 왜 제일 하나쯤들이 단 요마도 없음들이 차도 딱 셋나 라니 차는 거예요. 응아자 들이때라 노차쯤에 셋나 들이때리 요마를 레는 강강강강 장데 들이때리 따따따 당보 저도 차셔나 또 목숨 이렇게 될 인내는 막을 내서 역과 될수있는 열랭이 다 드럽트 동네긴 좀 홍거 되는 정도요래 또 같은 스납 지마스는 됐던 거를 열랭이 다 드럽지 동네 당 중고 레나 차타 동네 섬속다 누구 같이는 로나 대하고 성나 이때래 탑 사모들 이네들이 시발쳤지서 이쪽을 다디 다디 잡았지요나 이리지 독점들랑 이게 또 나왔지는 또 차다 시담 탑시들이랑 이 속도로 요에 빼나 대회는 되다 열랭이 다들 이동을 당종 문제는 나차다 동해시 그래서 또 동해고 탑에 다다 내가 동해들이 다 세도 했는 동해 늘 시작이오래 대답이 늘시 받대 동해가 저 탐제 늘이 대신은 나고 다된 거 마시나 이제 요 버째서 하고 오요 말이 요 이제 깨서도 하고나 그러냐면 제당 제게 두기 탐치 이주와 하고네 이 뒤좀 싸먹던 거 이제 대체는 일날이 소비만데 신들이 저 같이 모여래 텔레사고 찍고 찍던 차대요래
So first we have to recognize this notion of I, and that really becomes the basis of the Chod practice, because that is what we need to cut through. And so also in this practice, the reflection begins with the workings of karma, cause and effect. The cause of all suffering are the afflictive emotions, mainly the three poisons of attachment, of anger, and of ignorance. And these three poisons are related to the three main illnesses in the body. So there's various kinds of illnesses that one could have, but the basis for all of these diseases and illnesses can be divided only into those three. The wind-related disorders, then phlegm-related and bile-related illnesses. And these three kinds of illness, which are the basis of all other diseases and illnesses and ailments, are related directly to those three poisons. Wind-related illnesses are related to a more stronger tendency towards attachment. Bile-related illnesses are related to stronger tendencies towards anger, hatred. And phlegm-related illnesses are related to ignorance. So the three kinds of illness are related to the three poisons. And then there are the afflictions of jealousy and greed and so forth, which then just all naturally proliferate. So all of these afflictions arise out of this concept of I, me. First we have the 5 afflictive emotions, and then they multiply, being combined with each other. So then you have times 5, and so forth. So you have endless afflictions. But they all are subsumed within attachment, anger, and ignorance. And so these afflictions are the causes that cause all of our suffering. Then the conditions that cause this karma to ripen are the obstacles, the harm doors, and so forth, the hindrances. And then the result is suffering, illness, and so forth. So we have the cause, the condition, and the result. Yesterday during the empowerment, towards the end, at the Dharma blessing, it said there was a verse on that. The cause is one's karma, obscurations, and negativities. The condition are the evil spirits, the hindrances, and harm doors. And the result is illness, suffering, and so forth. So once you understand that, you will see this practice as an excellent method to finally uproot the cause that causes all suffering. So this prayer yesterday said, may all of that calm down, may all of the causes of suffering become pacified. So it basically means that we need to cut through self-grasping. When you cut through self-grasping, then you're naturally cutting through the 3 poisons. When there is no self-grasping, then there will also be no attachment, no anger, and so forth. And so in this way, the practice has become a method to overcome suffering. And in terms of suffering, there's outer sufferings, there's inner suffering. And the cause of suffering, what causes suffering in this context is referred to as the 4 maras, or the 4 demons. But before we even come there, we have to understand the root cause of all suffering, and that is this belief in a self. That has to be recognized, because if we don't recognize that, then we will also not recognize the afflictive emotions that arise out of this belief of a self. So if you recognize the self, the grasping at a self first, then you have a basis for your practice. So first you need to recognize this is what creates all suffering. So again, these teachings too are actually connected to the 37 bodhisattva practices. Actually, they are in essence exactly the same.
신지가 도마대 잠도 심지지는 책들은 심지가 책들은데요. 말을 열에 lok도지. 말들은 다음에 봐하마고 나오냐 반데 데르들들은 도착지. 도착지 데르들 집지 등에 풍부함이 실루엣에 대해서는 저거래 배나. 또 먹을 집에 도착을 집에들이 부모 저거래. 들이 부모 좀 맞다들이 대화를 쳐봐. 동네 담아라지 비열에 쳐봐. 이제 부모를 끼니 이 몸이 거기 잡혀서 수직이 좁다고 요만 레지가 동네에 왜나서 다 알작하는 거다 또 맞은 됐다고 요래 신경 삼종 됐다고 요래 ramzong ji pa me sa choda de la so ko yong ka ka yo tok tok ma ton ha ma bo de ram ji sha do pe se ta ta bel ke dong yin ta je su tok tok yo me de la de mo mi ko lo jam so se yin ji rang rang shi la ke je to jo ma ta na yin so ke jo ma ta de ke de ko de ta jam do shi pa ka ni o ta kon cho su ke jap de ke ma de 수직을 또 당내 빠르지 좀 탑송 시에케요래 동네 상모도한테 차야 돼요래 꼬조가 가래서 잡요래 꼬조가 저거 돌다 쥐죠 나진이 유모 같아 마찬가지 지핑을 놓지지 지핑을 놓대 쪽요래 지핑을 놓대 다다는 게 같이 쪽을 다주 양로니 죽고 소성고 쪽을 주고 상지에다 잡지 자기 공부 쳐 잡고 저거 취다고 잡지 추가리 추상지에다 보여 저거 상지에 저거 상지에 다 받치면 좀 따스다 주 상지 추좀 좀라 뒤 찌네 라로 요리 지금 라부터 담책들이 사축서 돈바들이 당아 신앙의 상지를 라그멘트 나는 조금 상지이 내가 제일 주 상지에다 보잖아 주 내가 돌이 먹어지나 주 타고 거지 강제네 상지는 이봐요 물 상지는 수천묘 롱림방 야 내가 물이 타고 거지 상지를 좀 즈바요 조상부터 보여 너지 봐요 거예요 리징도 답게 타고요 상지를 좀 이봐요 제리징을 좀 떼누요래 봐 떼누요래 이제 말 때는 줄로 또 들으면 제대 디치잖아 야 저지바 저런 뭐 조상 뭐 토리 용띠 먹어지나 되라니 저 성들이 통을 대외들이 저 대와터 저 사지 상지 쭉 정했다고 저는 세계가 누가 땅을 주소서는 상지다고 잡나 참 종야요 말이지 제 파시당은 다 줄라서 놓지 달래니 봐 쭉기면 중고 찌나 주 시당 말함지 리드 뭐라고 또 저거래 그 고치나 정상지들 말하나 정다 돌아서 놓은 말이지 저스마 때렸더니라고 주고 파 쫑이 주상지서 털거래 대다고래 들 사지 주고 팔아서 봐 딜 나기 사지 팔아서 봐 독대 사지 콩대다 남자 대화 토성 그래서 체험한테 토만의 상태에 잡고 잡지 사지를 따서 주고 줄을 잡던 좋지 줄을 잡던 때 조고 그들이 나 처음 그들이 봐 그들이 뭐지 이비를 놓여 봐 주봐요 봐甚至얘는 상태로 주봐요 말이야 주봐면 또 돌아오고 그래 이제 상태로 좀 돌아오고 다다 조고 잡고나 사지 잘 쳤지 이제도 상태 돌아오면 맞다 되지 다 그들이 봐지 상태 당 주봐지 말때 그들이 뒤는 뒤와 처럼 어떤 강성한로 가도 가서나 상태에서 또 별명이 빼져버리 종강하면서 sama 종강을 지내 별명 기본에서 달나 라마게 맞지 직접 제국으로 라마는 많은 동상인데 로지션을 그저 직접 잡고 네 가르치고 저 돌이했다 그래요 방송을 잡다고 그래요 제도 배송홍 제다고 거나들 또 늘리시 야고 찌는 그렇게 그때 나디 좀 하고 너희 삼지 나디 좀 하고 다 나디도 같이 깨고 다 때리게 탑을라면 하더니 다 무슨 거요래 제다고 거나들 야고 그래
So nowadays, many disciples are joining the Yamantaka Drupchen. And so if you have joined the Drupchen, you might remember the opening prayers that we do every day when we take refuge and cultivate bodhicitta in the beginning of the sadhana. And so in the section of the motivation of bodhicitta, the mind generation, it says that out of the cause of ignorance arises the condition that is a wrong view, the condition of a wrong view, a misconception. And so that ignorance here, the cause of ignorance is that we do not understand, we do not know that there is no self. We think that there is an I, that it's me. And so from that, then it says, so this, out of this cause of ignorance, the condition of a misconception arises, and then from that, the aggregate of suffering, which is the body, arises. So first there is ignorance, and then there is attachment, and that fixation, this clinging fixation, this attachment is what creates the body, this aggregate of the body. And once we have created a body, naturally we will be attached to the sensation of bliss, of pleasure, and we will naturally not want to feel any pain. And so this is the aggregate. And then in the text it continues that ninth generation Niyamantaka. And in this way, sentient beings are helplessly drowning in the ocean of suffering, the ocean of samsara. For example, even though you live in a country, a very powerful, free country like America, for example, sometimes things happen where there's nothing you can do about, like a natural catastrophe, like fire or water and so on. And then beings are helpless, and many thousands of people lose their lives. And often then the country cannot do anything to save their own people, leave alone the entire world, other countries. So that is this helpless sinking in the ocean of suffering. So we need to seek protection from that. And so it is said that someone who themselves has not become liberated from the ocean of samsara can also not protect others. So that is what we learn in the context of refuge. And that is why we take refuge in the three jewels, because only the three jewels have an ability to grant protection, and no one else has that ability. If you think about it, you will really find that this is true. And so then, how do the three jewels grant protection? So that, again, comes back to the causes. What causes protection? What the three jewels tell us is that let go of self-grasping and the afflictive emotions. Cultivate an altruistic mind. The altruistic mind is what will protect you. And so then how will the altruistic mind protect one? When you take refuge in the three jewels, what you really take refuge in when you take refuge in the Dharma is love and compassion. So when you take refuge, you are being told, and now you must sustain love and compassion. You must increase love and compassion. That is the Dharma. That is what it means to take refuge in the Dharma. So you must not allow to lose your love, your compassion. You must not allow an obstacle, a hindrance, a condition, overpower it. So now you have love, but your love is very limited. And it is easily lost when you encounter a certain condition. So in order for you not to lose the love that you have, you take a vow, like a samaya. That is why we take a vow, like the bodhisattva vow. And once you took a vow, you think that even at the cost of my life, I will not forsake love. This love is my only true friend, and I will hold on to it by any means. And if you hold on to it, then even if you are not asking for it, even if you say, I don't want to be born in the higher realms, you will be born in the higher realms, naturally. That's the quality of love. Because if you have love, you will naturally practice the other paramitas. For example, you will practice moral, ethical discipline. And as a result of that, you will be born as a precious human being. And if you have love, then you will also practice patience. And as a result of that, you will find harmonious companions, and you will have a beautiful face and all the qualities of a good body and so on. So all of that arises out of love. When you have love, you will be generous. You will observe ethical discipline, be patient. You will not engage in negative things like adultery and things like that. You will be generous and give to others. You will want to give to others, even if it is just a candy, for example. You want to give it away. And as a result of that, you will have a beautiful form and enjoy a long lifespan and have many good friends, all the qualities of the higher realms, even if you're not actually asking for it, because you have created the root cause for it. So that is why the Buddha speaks of the cause of happiness, or may beings have that cause of happiness. And that is only love. So he said that only sustain love and compassion. And when someone harms you, do not let go of it. Do not lose your love. Ordinary people have love, but they lose their love when others harm them. When you get angry, you lose your love. So your commitment should be so strong that you think that even if someone were to cut off my head, I will not get angry at them. So think like that, because your body is just like an old car. You will have to leave it behind. So what you will not leave behind is your mind. And therefore, it is crucial that you do not lose the love that you have, that you do not spoil it. And in order for you to not lose the love that you have, you need to practice patience. The Buddha himself had perfected the practice of patience. And the Buddha himself, therefore, has attained the lasting state of bliss and happiness. And you can attain that too. And in order to attain that, first and foremost, you have to protect your love, your compassion. And this is how the Dharma will protect you. And then you really become a Sangha, which is the ultimate companion. And as a Sangha, you must have those qualities of altruism and of patience. Ordinary sentient beings, although they do love others, they have no patience. And if you have no patience, your love will become spoiled eventually. For example, today you're friends, tomorrow you're enemies. That is what happens if you lack any patience. So a Sangha is someone who does not allow one's love to become spoiled, and therefore they practice patience. And if you have that, then in all future lifetimes, wherever you go in the 6 realms of samsara, through the power of love, you will always be protected. For example, when we were in prison, there were some lamas, like this one who, Khenpo Munzer, who spent 20 years in prison, and the whole time he never had to do anything. There were actually several lamas who never had to do anything that whole time, just miraculously, really, for no actual reason. And that just naturally happened. They're naturally protected because of the cause that they bring with them. So again, first, we need to develop trust in karma. And if you trust in karma, you will understand the fault of self-grasping. And once you understand the fault of self-grasping, you will then try to find a way to get rid of self-grasping. And then many different methods to do so will unfold.
그래서 더 주고 갔더니 빵자라 세상 차도 주자라더니 삼체 인상 세상의 좀그 양성도 진 콩고요. 제 주인들이 강직질하더니 저쪽으로 빼나 세상의 좀 즉시를 빼서 잡으시나더니 양성의 편결에 보니 감리들이 매 로마만 뭐지가 모자를 내 아니 이 모자를 내 걸어 총알을 건설 지나 안에 저기에 시고 안에 지 들이 안에 지 요새에 때때서들 상태지는 인사를 들이 모자를 지 가서 내 걸어 놓니 다 듣고서 그 모터 칼로를 비사방 못해요 비사게 다 콘도 모터 칼로라 나는 좋고 나는 좋고 답에 제보진 사람들 가로와 주배 사람 못 돼요. 고강 너희들이 고배 컨트롤한 코를 못 당겨래. 근데 안에 지금 코르테에서 로제데 저진데 되들 뭐라 강하지 안에 저들이 다다다 그래서 콜로 같이 해요. 아무서 이 맞지로 다 초치보들 갈래 들이. 그러니 아니 이렇게 콜랑 저진대로 같이 해는 아니 뭐라 하는 만잘 공나 코그 미치게 간다. 내 소리는 거서 아니 칼잘 맞죠래. 아니 이제 뭐 체가만 뭐 코로 빠져래. 다른 그뭐 욕성서 아니 공소라더라. 아니
손하나 소욕성.
네. 다 아니야 뭐도 칼 로마 특발. 그 고자 뭐도 땅 줘서. 그 안에 설절이란 말. 그 가지고 kub을 미 얘들 코를 미 못라 감 잡지는 파당 코는 못라도 지워 잡지는 당 시당
그런 수세야제도.
이 코랑 라시자 미 못라 감 잡지는 코술이 빼자를 라살을 때도 지요 시당 똑치보다 때도 이 독숨을 라살시와 세절로 독들이 뭐 독들이 이래 저당 인세용나 아니 이제 저 같은 다 뭐라 아니 맞더니 샤보고 레요래 찌 뭐를 삼인지 돼서 요거들이 모두 칼로와들 닦고 잡 내들 코지 이게 닦고 안에서 출랑 요도요 말봐 코랑 셔나다 아니 유루메지 아니 실사들이 이 안에서 다들 로지지 시에로 빼대더지 찌제도 독들 지 독들이 찌와 체란 망보를 대치고 말이야 다 양땅 양뜻 다 컨트롤 코르도 고땅 다 코게 고쳤다 세지도 비제를 빼다 세단들에 놓고 양땅 양뜻 소리 코고 요래 이때도 세단 집아 독성을 살셔서 절로서 등적만 해봤지와 체랑 뭐도 다다 세단들이 도상 붙여라도 있나 라마게비시나 게기나 강을 전체 포마탐제를 이제와 참제로 그래 시당 중도 차도 중의 양상도 주인은 이때는 삼제지 하적 자체 뭐 하고래 이 삼제기 용지 양시에 요래 하고
So what need to be abandoned are our deflective emotions, especially anger and jealousy. And what needs to be adopted or practiced is love and compassion. So it's very important that you remember the faults of these afflictions, especially anger and jealousy, over and over again. There's one example, one story from Tibet that illustrates the destructiveness of anger that might be beneficial to hear. So there was this story about a group of people, a group of Tibetans who were renting a car to go on a pilgrimage all over the place in Tibet, in the Lhasa area. And so they had a driver that they hired, and then there was this group of people, and among them there was a nun, and she had a lot of compassion. So the car was going all over the place, and the rest of the passengers, not the nun, but the other passengers, they were quite rude to the driver. They felt that they paid the driver so much money, so now they can just boss him around and tell him to go here and there and be really rude to him, really offensive. And so they just actually, whenever they could, they would just be really insultive and hurtful towards that driver. And so eventually the driver got really upset and angry. And then the nun felt compassion for him and helped him. And so she was on his side and she helped him. And so one day they came to this big lake. And so then they got out of the car, and when it was time to leave again, then the nun was somehow left behind. And so the driver was in the car and all the other passengers were in the car. And it seemed as though the nun was intentionally left behind, or they just didn't let her in the car and just took off without her. But then what actually happened is the driver drove that car into the lake, committing suicide and taking those other passengers with him. So such is the power of hatred, of anger. And that nun remains unharmed. And that is because of these causes and conditions. She did have that cause of being there, the cause of being there at the time when everyone was meant to die together. That's the karma that they shared. But then the condition was her compassion. And due to that condition, she was spared the suffering. And so this is how the karma then changed in her case. So then the driver knew of her kindness, and he didn't want to take her with him. So he killed himself and everybody else, but not the nun. And so there is this prayer where it says, may the three poisons please grant your blessings, so that the three poisons may settle into their natural state. And so these poisons, as we can see in this story, cause a lot of destruction, but not only in this life, like in that story, but then it will be carried on into many future lifetimes, and again, these beings will harm each other. So it goes around in circles. So first he killed those people, then those people will kill him in return in the future life, and in this way, karma of hatred and aggression will perpetuate. And again, they will kill and harm each other. So it is not just in this life, but in many lifetimes. And so what happens when we get angry in this way, the reason why it is so destructive is because it destroys the love that we had, even for very dear beings. For example, our lama, our teachers, our kind parents, and so forth. This hatred, this anger destroys the love that we have. And so it's really very important that you remember the faults of anger and jealousy again and again, and to understand the preciousness of love again and again. So now we talked about the faults of anger and jealousy, and there's also much to be said about the qualities of love.
그래서 주라 또 강동고 강제는 강을 니요래 강을 드라마다요래 에 소마상의 양공 가까요래 쭉 강대 강주고 강들이 촉진되나더니 그런 사촉심도 동발요가 되라고 강제 라비에 말이 이 때문에 드리다다디 방광송 드리다당서 아마 그 홀 보고를 보고 봐 지용 그러더니 보고지 얘네들이 아마 시송 이강지 보고요래 이때 가에서 보고요래 되는데 마트에 샜나 당하고 보고도 쏘고 차송아 서로 들지 다 매와 차대요래 지 샤차르바 풍고 참 이고 서 심지에도 속차 와서 보세요. 상지 지부도 되게 고속 나디티 이미 방송하는 쇼도를 나디 전도 동해 쇼도를 식고요. 배제다가 뒷강들이 방강송 뒷강들 쪽을 뒷강들 자체에 담게 시당 싸는 메가 차로 그래. 대외들이 가는 것들이 되더라도 또 삼지다죠. 그거네. 송고요래. 이때부터다 사촉선바 탐지 것들이 라마 탐지가 오트라 나자 드리테라소 같은지 를 청와대 이렇게 사촉선바 도말요래 사촉선바에는 심지 탐지라더니 사바체미바 현재 체미가 되지 미설이 주를 요나 맞대더니 랑게 르게 포함티 탐지 피마 차리요래 대외라더니 이 데이터와 하고는 소속 유리타 삼체 같이도 나디 같이도 진짜 같이도 그때랑 그 유로 따는 그 오만세 바로 토마토 삼체가 오요래 드라마를 세지 저 라소가 원하냐 삼체면은 비로시가 따뜻해서 배를 사기 까는 바람에 문에지 빈소대 용탁고요 말에 또 삼체해지.
And so for the Chod practice, we use a bone trumpet as an implement. And there is different kinds. In the Chod, there is basically two kinds. And then there's different kinds that we use for other practices, like in protector practices and so on. But in the Chod practice, so the bone trumpet that one is using ideally is from someone, an ordained, like a monk that holds the bodhisattva vow. And that's the ideal one. But also, the second best one is the bone trumpet that is made out of the bone of a mother who had given birth to a child. And after the child was born, she died. So that bone is considered very precious because before the mother died, she didn't care about herself at all. All she cared about is the well-being of her child. So she really gave away her flesh, blood, bone, her body, everything for that child, which is the essence of Chod, where we give our body and our aggregates away for sentient beings, whoever needs them. So it is the power of love that makes that bone very precious. And that is why it is used for the bone trumpet. And so once this power of love is present, then just naturally self-grasping will melt away, just like a morning frost in the sun. And when self-grasping has melted away, then there's also no more suffering. And so that is the bone trumpet, and it is said that because of its special qualities, whoever hears the sound of this bone trumpet, their anger will become uprooted, cut entirely. And within their minds, love arises. And that is actually also why the hair and body parts and pieces of robes from a special bodhisattva or a lama is regarded as so precious. That is why we keep it close to our bodies. We wear it on our bodies. It is because they held the bodhisattva vow. It is because their love and their compassion was boundless for all sentient beings. And whoever has such boundless love and compassion, naturally any of their body parts will become a benefit for sentient beings. So in this way, understand the qualities of love. Whenever love arises, suffering melts away. And so now you should take a look at your own mind and see how much love is there in my mind, how much compassion is there, how much do I cling to a self. And that is an important thing to see for yourself in the beginning. So love is the essence of this practice, and the implements are secondary. Even though you might have a great damaru and a golden bell, if you have no love, then there is little benefit. Of course, according to the Buddha's words, there is, of course, some benefit, but there will not be an actual, a true benefit if love is lacking. So love really is most important.
그래서 도마에 쭉 걸으면 따와지 요래 따와 강내지나 라민 재미 따라대 당고 사지 가가 많이 봐 하고 그래 되니 내가 지지적으로 되는 거에 다다 무슨 제 요래야 다들 왔던 걸 적기는 또 단에 빼나 단 제게 가게 좋고 요래들이 맨날 맞아 설명제 속성지 다 들리면 드라마다 다 대구서 요한하게 차대 요래들 방법 제 매와지 방법 사지 매서 막 가려고 요래들은 제게 세 대식 niveau 나시 세 대식 niveau 사제게 톡톡 대식 niveau 때라 사제 가까이 온 말이스 사제 가까이 온 말이스 제 문에서 요 말이스 오나 다단지 요아 가래요. 다 요데. 양쪽은 양제 요래 딱 레제들이 보강지지 차증차고 양제 마보세요. 오늘 제일 제일 강해서 다 내가 이제 저러던 거 변나 소소게 조고르지나 다 다진의 딜이 산제 저거 그래서 다진은 제소고요 그래서 가래서 저거요. 다 저거 나 저거 제가 변나 ngala ko timina nga ko timdo nga chamta de gochi ta ko ta chi de me de nga de o ko do shate de sa chi dongye yore dongye te ko do ko yo mari de na tri ta ko to shidala ge o ti cho ko yo mari 총총 de be ya sa khang de na do na da yi yi lo de 당아 저거 지금 sakang을 그자 sakang 중중 받았나 그자 제때 잡미야마 보고 sakang신 미만 보여리 딱지로 야 인피로 오세서는 마야 대고 인도고 참만 돌고 그렇지 딱딱이라랑 참지 베세다 다지 니상 샵용 거래 다 집고살들이 샵자를 배워 차도 말대와 차슬다 며칠 거자वर 세조를 나 비춰봐도 되게 티샵 동에 속요 말 비슷했다 또 다지 지압하고 다지 냠았다는 돈을 이 다지 냠았다는 돈을 들이 시합인 거래 대는 제 상시해야 돼 당만 제 말이지 빨리 값들이 다 좋지네 다 되어 마마 그 파마치요는 다 가르치요는 다 파마가 가장 진심으로 쉬어야지. 파마가 진심으로 짱보고 다 보자 그래. 슬로가 땅을 했지. 어디다 보고 남남도 서로 접장체요 말이지. 다 파망 컨트롤한 거지. 다 삼지 같이 다 보지. 파마시지 컨트롤한 거지. 다 니가 잘 차네. 이 셔츠로 세상지 왕게 다 타니 못 차사래. 니요 차례. 나지 니요 차례. 내 세상 왕게 되어 다 노바테니. 바텔라서 바텔이 다텔이 제차서 다 제무시 와 차용 거래. 이 제물람이나 다도 보당. 야 같이 나 타당을 그랬지. 타당을 그래. 야 양마마 양랑게 레니 바세 잡에들 절랭이 잡데 랑나 등이 진지 용고 이는 노바 당길 레디 용고나 딜레디 찐동극 당중 보소. 근데 거기 하작 기적을 주는 쪼가 당 대선 거래. 절랭이다. 절랭이다. 찐동극 당중 보. 레번 나차다 동해서. 돈은 동네 십시 주래. 주디에 테레. 저당 찐 마시나. 내가 끼게 줘요. 이제를 제메 왔다. 내가 끼는 시네. 끼는 가래 줘. 하적 좁고상 것도 있나? 하정 지와치 모여리지. 내가 차도 오는 당생길 다 포함 먹어 차고 그러지. 또다 잡져서. 그런 말을 쓰면 다 들래. 다 장 타토가 차송아. 야, 다 찌레지. 또 다해지. 내가 상모다면서 유모 지수시로 동네 중空대 양은 상모다는 때로 다 가리고. 다 죽을 특집을 가리고. 지 남 다게 파마이시 뭐 샤샤로도 소스 당하면서 보지 아주 살고 대적으로 삼다 칸이 될라 공대 나온 거에 쭉 가래인 봐 책대 이런 거를 쭉 담으다 요래 책대도 돈인 제일 대적은 제 시골에 했지
And so for the Chod practice, the Chod has also, in a way, its own view. that is explained. And so that is the view, according to the Chod, is that it says one needs to understand that there is no actual separation between gods and demons. Only temporarily, due to a temporary condition, there is the appearance of a demon, of an obstacle, a harm door. And it seems real to one. There is real harm that one actually experiences. Some people say that an evil spirit has entered their mind, and then they have all sorts of negative dreams. So it seems real for the time being. So then why do we say that there are no real gods and demons? There is no separation between them. It is because ultimately the demons possess Buddha nature, I possess Buddha nature, and we are one with the mind of the Buddha. There is no separation. There is no real evil spirit or no real demon. So if there is no real demon, then why do we even speak about different classes of demons? There is a whole body of instructions that lists various kinds of demons and evil spirits in great detail, actually. So temporarily, there is the appearance of demon and evil spirits. And first of all, what creates a demon? What is a demon, really? It arises out of self-grasping. It arises out of the wish that considers oneself, the mind that considers oneself most important. I'm most important. That is where the demon arises from. For example, when I'm sitting here on my cushion, and then I want to be comfortable. I don't want to be in pain, so I'm sitting on my cushion. But then somebody else might be in pain because they don't have a cushion. But I don't care about that because as long as I'm comfortable, then that's all that really matters to me. And there's no awareness of other people having any suffering. But other people also feel pain, and they also don't want to suffer. And then they get angry because you're not sharing, and you only care about yourself. So on the other hand, you have no awareness of that at all. For example, you go to a restaurant, or a person that only thinks about themselves goes to a restaurant. The restaurant is a bit crowded, it's kind of small, and the person doesn't really care about any of the other customers. He only cares about his own food in his own place. So he sits down on his chair and sits in whichever way is comfortable to him, and even if that means blocking the road, the path. So nobody can walk through. It's a small restaurant, but the person doesn't care. It doesn't even occur to that person that somebody might find it difficult to pass through. So this is how somebody thinks when they only care about themselves. So first there's a dualistic perception, and then within that there's only care for oneself. And another person might think that I cannot block the way. So a person, even though there is a duality, if they have concern for others, they would, of course, want to eat their food and sit down, but at the same time, they will have some awareness of how their presence affects other people. And other people feel offended when they can't walk through, for example. So you will be careful to make enough space. So at the very least, if we are not able to put others before ourselves or exchange self with others, at least we should equalize self with others. Treat others the way we also want to be treated. And from that, wisdom arises. And eventually, then there will be really no enemy. But then, if we only consider ourselves as important, then we create a lot of enemies. For example, in a previous life, you might have had parents or anyone else who was very, very kind to you. Your parents, for example, sent you to school and they raised you, they cared for you with love. but at that time you didn't appreciate their kindness and you didn't want to study and so on, and you were angry at them, and that made them angry. And then all their love, however much love they had for you, then turned into anger. And then they died, and as a result of that, there exists still a close connection of resentment and anger. And that is why, again, in this life, you meet as enemies. So once there is this dualistic perception in this way, and we have created a connection of anger in previous lives, as a result of that, in this life, we experience all kinds of obstacles and harm. And that is why it seems that there is an enemy, or there is some kind of evil spirit, or some kind of demonic harm. Some people speak about nightmares that they're having, or some people say that someone is casting spells on them and so on. But actually all of that comes back to karma in previous lives. Again, the cause is one's own actions, negativities, and obscurations. The condition are the evil spirits, demons, and hindrances. And the result is suffering, illness, and so forth. So once one has created the karma to experience a certain kind of harm, then it is only a question of time when the condition ripens. When the condition is present, it will ripen, and then there is suffering. So that's an extremely important point to understand. We also mentioned that yesterday during the Chod empowerment. This relation between the cause, the condition, and the result. That's important to understand. All harm and suffering comes from the cause, which is one's own karma. And that is what we often don't understand, those causes, the relation between the causes and the conditions. So we have created a cause, and then a momentary condition arises, and then that leads to suffering. For example, you have a companion, a friend that you love very much. You get along really well. And then one day something happens, and that triggers a feeling of jealousy in you. And then that jealousy increases, and then that jealousy triggers resentment in the other person. And then the other person begins to dislike you. And then the person becomes your enemy. And often those become one's worst enemies, really. So this is the relation between causes and conditions that we really have to think about. So it's important to reflect on how it all arises, the afflictive emotions, where do they come from and how do they arise and so forth. And so in the Chod practice, it is said, recognizing all these demons and evil spirits as my parents, I invite you to partake of your child's flesh, blood, and bones. So this is what we say out verbally. That is what we recite. And that is actually a common line that is recited throughout many different Chod practices. There's different Chod practices, but it is these kind of words that are being used, even though the words may vary, but the meaning is essentially the same. So it's always important that you know how to apply the actual meaning to the words that you're practicing.
이게 책을 내가 치고 요래 이제 집에 안 다르도 이제 lokpan ji ba ji sem de chak de ni chaka ji development ji sem de la de lokpan ji ba ji sem sang yi yo le ben yang 쫀득거리네. 쫀득지가 배출이 생겨네. 야용디 야제등들이 장본디 바티 쫀득차대요. 로반디 바티. 저기 야보지나 저기 매발치에나. 문제 뜻들이 조티 사람 가지고 못 가서 네 조티 사람 가지고 봐요. 조티 대종 가서더니 사드쳐서 파서 벗은 것들이 모람 때문에 조티에 되더니 다 모람 야보다기요. 이 모람 야보를 했다더니 랑고 되게 사커를 랑고 사커를 이 사커니 랑고디 시박해 콜 모람 따마서 랑고 모람 맞다 버리죠. 랑고 모람 맞다 랑고 고소로 사사만 그거요 콜 모람 따마서 거시 이 거치 내가 가르치나 내 지금 고적 보다 버리고 모람 따서 새 모람 따서지 대적하려고 해. 이 로주리 다들 로주 제마 좀 제사 말이 다 제대로지네 들지마 이래양 보고 저거 저거 춘들와는 바탕서 로주 시행이오래 내가 올해 제가 lokbaldi 바지 다다 소지sel로 쳤다지 당은 저기 약보지나 다 저기 저도 약보지 다들 말이 로로지나 저기 또 돌아지 또 생다나 다들 lokbaldi 바지 디산 선모디 쇼크라서 네 제대로지 이게 돌아 맞지 맞지마 차디 요래 이야스마야 람라 강에지 lokbaldi 바지 니제 동일 기세야라마 개월 대월 차도가 차들 돌을 제가 저 차도래.
So within the 6 afflictive emotions, there's also one that specifically relates to those demons or evil spirits, and that is jealousy. Jealousy is the basis, the foundation of demon. First, there's jealousy, and from jealousy arises a competitiveness, a rivalry. And actually, in the Tibetan language, at least, these terms, jealousy, actually competitiveness, and a corrupt intention are quite similar terms. So it is basically it is an ambition, it is a motivation that is perverted, that is corrupt. In terms of ambition or competitiveness, in a sense itself, there is actually a good sort of ambition, and there's also a negative sort of ambition. There is the positive form of ambition, being ambitious, is the one that is related to diligence. When one is very diligent in developing good qualities, then that is actually a good kind of ambition. But then there is another kind that is related to a corrupt and negative and evil and jealous intention. That is, for example, when someone is doing something good, then this jealous person comes along and tries to undermine that person's activity. For example, there is this story in the old days when the Bodhanath stupa in Nepal was constructed. After it was constructed, then there were these brothers who constructed it, and then they made a prayer about future aspirations and the benefit of the stupa. And meanwhile, there was an ox who was actually doing all the work. He was carrying all the earth and the stones around for the stupa. And so when he heard those prayers, and he felt left out, and he felt that actually I was the one who was doing all that work, and they're praising themselves and making prayers as though they were the ones who accomplished it, but actually I did it. So the ox felt left out, and he said, then he made a corrupt prayer, a corrupt intention. And he thought to himself, in future lives, whatever they do, I will be there to undermine it and to destroy their activities. So then with that angry mind, the ox died, and in a future lifetime then he was born as that king who tried to ruin the Vinaya teachings of the Dharma in Tibet. So there's many stories about that. But anyways, that's just an example of this corrupt intention or corrupt aspiration. And so we should, again, look at our own mind and see where we are at with that. For example, it happens in Dharma centers too. One is doing something good, a really good activity, and then another disciple, for example, comes along and is jealous and wants to undermine them and somehow bring them down. So that is such a corrupt aspiration. And then when this corrupt aspiration, this corrupt intention becomes very powerful, then even in this life already, that person becomes a quite evil person. And in future lifetimes, then that will perpetuate, and one is then born like a demon, like an evil spirit. So the essence of such a corrupt intention is, or jealousy, is that one rejoices, one is happy when others experience misfortunes. So that's really the root, and that jealousy is the root of becoming a demon. So the So then the demons that we talked about, the source of all those demons is jealousy. And so first we need to understand how it arises, because mostly we don't really recognize it. And if we do not recognize it, we also cannot do anything about it. For example, in a family, and the mother and a father, and they have 4 children. And if the father, for example, prefers one of those children, is nicer to one of those children, then the other 3 children will be unhappy about that. But often we don't really recognize that as jealousy. But then, because you are unhappy about that, then also the other will feel that on the mind level. And now especially jealousy is likely to arise in a relationship between 2 companions where there is a lot of love. That is usually where jealousy arises. So we get jealous on the one hand. On the other hand, we do need that friend. We want to be with that companion. But then when that companion, say, likes somebody else too, then we get jealous. Or if someone likes our friend, then we get jealous. And then you are unhappy, and then you're resentful, and then the companion will also feel the resentment. So if you really want that companion, then you should actually like all of those other friends that companion has. Whoever likes them, you should also like them. You should be happy that someone else also likes them, because you want them to be happy. So such a joy or rejoicing, that is the antidote to jealousy. So if you have a friend, a companion, and they are friendly with somebody else too, then you rejoice in that. And as a result, you will accumulate a lot of merit. And jealousy will disappear. And when there is no jealousy, then there's also no source for a demon to arise. So it's important to very clearly understand the nature of jealousy, and that rejoicing is its antidote.
다타를 이제 던지게 걸어서 못하는 이거 좀 시작해서 다네 이 대문들이 우리도 다들 걸 아주 생기는 거구나 쉽지 탐지 차도 난 차도 직접 직장 처음 버추는 쏙쏙 차 좀매버선지나 또 차도 다 지랑 차도 어떤 죄 좀매나들 고소 내가 레그 왕거든 다 요래 저글링이 사들을 다 고치 이렇게 똑같이 덮어요 이로 같은 저 바로 그렇게 바탕 덮어요 이거 저다 그냥 제가 섬섬 땅 용바 저한 상무지랑 상무 땅 남들이 용바에서 라피아 pin보여 했어
So there's this commentary on the King of Aspiration prayer for excellent conduct. And that commentary explains that point on how to recognize jealousy. And so in there it says that it is a very subtle affliction, and it is important to recognize the affliction when it just begins to arise. So when it is still forming, when it is very subtle and just arising in the mind, that is when we have to recognize it. So that is actually an excellent commentary and has benefited myself greatly. And I thought about this really extensively a lot because I, for example, also felt that I was a very jealous person. So it really helped me a lot. So first, there is attachment. Because we are attached, we get jealous. And then from jealousy develops resentment and anger and so on. For example, it happens between two countries. First, there's jealousy, and then that jealousy develops into hatred. And then the rope, the connection, that bond of love is cut through. And then a lot of harm is being caused. Guru Rinpoche had said that especially now in times of degeneration, at the end of the degenerate age, that is when the affliction of hatred is most powerful. And that's actually a significant statement. We can see it now in the old days, in his days. If there was a dispute between people, then they get angry at each other, they get into a fight, maybe they kill each other, and then they have solved the issue. Nowadays, when there is a dispute between rulers of countries, then tens and thousands of people can get killed by various weapons. So it's really true that now in times of degeneration, the afflictions are more powerful. And so that we have to apply to our own mind. Look at your own mind and recognize your own jealousy and hatred, anger, and so on. So first there's jealousy, and from jealousy arises hatred. And it begins with a very subtle thought formation. So, and that subtle form of thought that arises, that feeling that arises of jealousy, that has to be recognized according to that commentary. For example, if there is a person that you don't like, and then another person is praising that person you don't like. So this other person is speaking of that person's wonderful qualities. For example, that person is a great teacher. And he says he's an incredibly great teacher. So when you hear that, because you don't like that teacher, immediately you will think that he's not that great and he doesn't have all these wonderful qualities. Actually, he has those faults. And then you will list all these faults that he actually also has. So that is jealousy. This is how it arises just naturally. We can see it, how it arises when we don't like someone, for example. And it is said that although among the different afflictive emotions, jealousy is the most subtle afflictive emotion, it actually causes the greatest harm when it comes to destroying our merit. because it is said that whatever you rejoice in, that is what you will get yourself. So if you're jealous and you don't like someone, and then that person whom you don't like, they run into some problem or misfortune, some difficulty, then you're happy about that. So you're rejoicing in their misfortune. And then as a result of rejoicing in that, in the future, you will encounter just exactly that suffering that that person is going through. So whatever you rejoice in, that is what you will get. If you rejoice in virtue, then you will find happiness. And if you rejoice with a jealous mind in other people's suffering, then that is what you will get. So that is, for example, between countries and so forth. Whatever, when we don't like a certain country, just naturally we have a tendency of wanting them we want that they come down. We want them to fail. And when things go wrong for them, then we are happy about that. So we rejoice in their misfortune, like another country. So it's very important to think about the fault of jealousy. The fault of jealousy is that it destroys all your merit that you have accumulated. So think about that very carefully. It is something that has to be recognized, and it is very subtle. And now, then, it is not just yourself, but think that my own jealousy and the jealousy of all other sentient beings is exactly the same by nature. For example, like a little, an insect, like a little bug, or even a being without a body, their afflictions, their jealousy is exactly the same. And it is that jealousy that creates the demon. For example, there is demons that appear as a sentient being without a body, and through the power of their karma, they then cause a lot of harm. So they have acquired a certain power, but also with an evil intention. So the cause was negative karma. For example, if you encounter such a demon, then the cause of that is a negative karmic connection, negative karma, and the condition is that something helps them to succeed in harming, and then they cause harm and cause a lot of suffering. So we always have to come back to the cause, reflecting on the cause, which are the afflictive emotions. And when we recognize the cause, it will really help us to overcome the afflictive emotions.
이 어떻게 공기 제성스 다 강인들이 어떻게 공기 제성스 그래서 그 제형을 얘기를 배라 대서 하고 거에 대서 하고서 저는 이리들이 다 랑스다 랑스제네 너보들 센터에 랑게 묘고 또디 약봉 무송 다들 강에 참지 묘고가 랑게 좀 레제 빠임바 레장게 바스 레장게 요리 마음과 저티입니다 저 탐세 다디를 돌대도 다디를 파역들 레야 파역도 되고 레들 다디용나 진고래 다디니 요래 그 다디 짤메가 찾다 삼바체미 바지 사도 따와마도로 생사바체미 받은 잡을리 약고 차고 삶에도 생데 진체미 바네들 제대로라 정말 약고 차고 선을 세도라 우리 다메가 차들 다람 진이 메바샤데 요메 딱지 맞다마 대라 세주길들이 딱한 제도요 말에 그래서 사족 선발 가는 제부터 하고요 더해 맞서 제가 부터 강약 제부터 뭐 땅부터 그래서 다음에 레메바를 레 정말 다그 대하고 이따와 다디도 돌통도 다 다디를 가지고 다 다디 쪽가 다 다디 쪽을 저걸로 다 저것도 다다 내리라 말이야 다다 내리 상부여 다도 내 말이지 참에 마요 그거지 어떻게 다다 다 이거 탑 가야 돼 다 저들이 리세요 셈설 송나 그거요 말이 야 생부터 파욕들은 저거 올라가는 거 봐요 오 살아 전나 때리 예름 그 살아 전나 때리 야 또 누박다나 때리 살아 소바파고요 라고서 오 이거 진짜 딱 리드 버가게 사지를 잡고 새끼를 리드 버거요 리드 벌러 이 가리 버거요 이래 오늘 가야서 이제 누가 빵 피바다 빨리 배가래 이제요 소설 때가 타고 대신들이 양이 가리키나 또 찍봐 이런 또 이렇게 탁받을 때 제가들이 다 이렇게 나한테 동그요 봐 제스들이 좀다 소속을 또 라마다만 보여래 양이 띄워 나한테 이거를 나한테 이걸 그래서 일단 좀 가지고 다다다지 그 살다 소소 좀 이제 수고인데 양이 제거래 네 그다이 다 이런 드라마를 시라하 몰이 탑지를 니버지 땅들 산는데 요래 창교래 내양이 제거래 서로 디양이 때문에 가도 때고는 디는 이제 제거리 그다 공시 와서지 또 가는 양이 제나야 이 티든지 쪽으로 또 난디도 돌아오고 난디는 요 뭐지요 대하고 그래서
So especially nowadays, it is said that our thoughts are the thoughts of beings are completely unrestrained. There is this endless chain of thoughts and ideas that arises in our mind. For example, people often say someone is casting a spell on me, black magic, and they are cursing me, and chasing me, and so on. And so they ask, for divination on what to do about it. And so actually, I tell them that this is not really happening, this black magic and cursing and so forth. But it seems like that. It seems that a real harm is being created. Especially that's often an issue for people from the Eastern people. They are really afraid of spells and black magic and things like that. But it's still very important to come back to karma. Black magic can only really occur or cause any harm if you have created the cause for that in a previous life. If you have not created the cause for that, then it cannot cause any harm. No one can curse you or cause you any harm. So it's important to understand the causes and conditions because then there will be no fear. There is no need to be afraid of anything. And because if you have not created those causes, then no matter what other people do or want to do, they cannot affect you. And if you know that, you will become courageous and fearless, knowing that no curse, no black magic, nothing can really harm you, no spirit. But if you don't know that, then you put a lot of importance on these kind of things. You forget about karma basically, and then you say, somebody has a problem and they ask for your advice, and then you tell them, it's because of that house that you stay in that is causing you harm. There's something wrong with that house, or there's something wrong with that whole place. So it's better you move somewhere else. But that's actually really not true at all. It's not the house or the place that is harming you. It's your own karma that is harming you. And for as long as you have that karma, doesn't matter where you go, even if you move houses, you will still run into the same difficulties for as long as you have karma. So if you understand karma, then you will be able to resolve the whole issue on your own. And you will be able to resolve your own suffering. And that's really the essence, the benefit of the Chod practice. So again, we come back to those 3 lines that are really very important. The cause, condition, and result. The cause are one's own negative karmas, obscurations, and negativities. The condition are the evil spirits, harm doers, and obstacles. And the result is suffering and illness and so forth. You should remember those 3 lines. These are really very important, because then you will not really trust, not really believe in all of this black magic and casting spells and evil spirits and so forth. Because it all depends on your own karma and not really on what anybody else is doing. If you do not have the karma, nobody can harm you. And if you have the karma, it will ripen one or the other way. But even if it ripens, it is still your own karma and not really caused by the other person. So even if harm happens, you might think that he did it, he harmed me. But actually, he is just a condition, and you still have your own karma, and that is why it is ripening. So he is not really causing it, actually. And if you understand that it's your own karma, you will be able to resolve the issue on your own. And there will be no thoughts about black magic and curses and so on. So recognize the fault of your own afflictive emotions. All difficulties that you encounter are your own karma. So it's good to recognize that, and also to recognize that the difficulty itself purifies that negative karma. And knowing that also helps you to not create more causes of suffering for the future. So now you know that the cause of all suffering is self-grasping. So then when you let go of self-grasping, then you also let go of all negative karma. Once there is a concept of a self, there naturally is the perception of other. So it all comes down to self-grasping. And when you give rise to immeasurable love, then self-grasping is completely uprooted entirely, even if you have not realized the view of Mahamudra or Dzogchen. For example, if you just wish for the well-being, the happiness of the world all the time throughout the 6 periods of day and night, then there will never be a concept of me or I, just naturally. So then you actually don't even have to analyze whether or not a self exists. It just naturally goes away if you care about others. And then no one can harm you. It is actually said that a bodhisattva cannot be harmed by anything or anyone. There is no spell or black magic or any kind of harm that could harm a bodhisattva. And that is because a bodhisattva is selfless. And when there is no self, there is also no negative karma, and all harm comes from negative karma. so therefore there is no harm. So we need to recognize self-grasping, therefore. And where is it really mainly? It is related to our body. We are attached to our body. So you identify with the body. But then, are you really the body? You think you are the body, but ultimately that's not who you really are. In the end, you will have to leave this body behind. So only caring for this body is of really no benefit. The mind will continue on. And so to realize that, there are many different methods, such as the Deity yoga, where we visualize our body in the form of the Deity, the generation stage, or in the context of Chod practice, we make an offering of our body. But basically, we let go of the attachment to the body. We offer the body. We visualize the body as the Deity. Also in the Refuge vow, it says, "For the sake of all beings, I am offering my body." And what that really means is, when you offer your body, it means that you refrain from harming others and that you will accomplish the benefit of others. You will help others as well as you can. That means offering your body. And so that point is useful for any practice that you do, and also here in the Chod practice. And that's really the heart essence of the Chod practice. There's many different lineages of Chod and different sadhanas, but the heart essence of all of them is the same, and that is that they all are an antidote to self-grasping. They cut through self-grasping. And so, according to the Drikung lineage, the Chod that we practice is called the Gusali Chod, composed by Chigdun Sumgun. And so if you are not able to do all sorts of visualizations, then this is also very powerful. So if you have this text, then we will go over it this afternoon. So again, whatever Chod you practice, the essence of them all is the same, and that is to cut through self-grasping. And so for that, it is first important that we recognize self-grasping and then know how from self-grasping the other afflictive emotions arise.
Later, two tangi ketang li cha so la ni cha sam song yo ta rakpa dong song la ni de dong a chli cha ta ti ngi de ta so la ju ta musi yo be dong ne ta ju ngi go re de dong na chli cha 그래서 다 루나 차데 가리송 다시 지속자 드라마를 들이 랑게 나도 초와데 무슨들이 랑게 배도 들으려고 네 마타던 돌아 속아 진실 나타데 동 나타레자 나타데 들린 거고요 했지 얘네들 마초 왕들이 세치 속자들 그런 것들이 이런 성취 상태라 속차를 양동에 빼요 했지 리상 먹었으니 양 라마다들이 따다다 차돌이네 리상 건 라마다지요 진짜 득동 나처리 자서 나들이 족종 월월이 자 따다다서로 두고 강해요 세상에 마지막으로 한번 이바레스 족종 노르웨이 자서 얘는 저 책묘로 족종 월월이 자 따다다 강하나 레가지라 레가마토 또보마토 이 강하는 사례 맞지 강하더니 담보 용기로 마토 저자야 고차마토 레가야 고토마토 리토보야 고토마토 맞지 강고 강에 이따다 가시는 들이 머리 톱장 또 용기 말을 받으니 타바나고 티 다다다 돌아돌아고 차요리 에따레 그 속지 재성을 자세 재성을 자서 나도 속도 가르게 다 해당을 때에 또 대양 이모 속을 보라고 나한테 족점벌은도 차 족점을 차 이 도차 세 계속을 자들이 해당 송고요에는 세상을 소지 발라더니 세상적으로 소지 반도 차도고는 세지 버릇 드라마다 요래 대토게 돌아 체는 보면 터바졌던 노는 이제 소지 이 차에서 차 대서는 거지 대서는 철사 되고 양님만 독성을 독대래 이만 독성을 거니 대양 다 소지는 다 내가 톱을 채도 지나 대신에 그랬다 남이 노래용 거 요래 대양절하래 빼나 대다고 하고 그래서
So according to the Chod practice, there are three main kinds of karmic creditors that we have on a course level. So there's three major kinds of suffering that we experience. And so we recognize that by looking at the kind of karmic creditor that we might have, we can recognize it by looking at what kind of problems or suffering we experience. So there is the karmic creditor of illness and suffering and pain and so forth that comes from having abused and beaten, mistreated others. So why has that happened? First of all, it was because first of all, we consider ourselves as most important. Our own happiness is more important than anything else. And to achieve that, we have caused a lot of pain and suffering and abuse and so forth towards other beings, humans and animals and so forth. We cause them intentional pain or sometimes also without even really noticing it ourselves. We just have given a lot of pain and suffering to others. And often also it comes from an intention. When we are jealous, for example, then we do all kinds of things to hurt others. And so as a result of that, then they appear as a karmic creditor that cause a lot of trouble, a lot of pain and misfortune and so forth, of being abused and slandered and so on. Then the second kind is the karmic creditor of poverty, and that comes from having stolen and deceived others. For example, if you find yourself in a state of poverty, that is the result of having stolen the wealth of others. Or, first of all, it might begin with you have no opportunity to learn something, to get an education. And then you have no opportunity to find a job. And then you find no friends, no companions. And so your entire life, you always encounter these kind of difficulties. And often that is overwhelming for people, and so they begin to take drugs and to drink and so on. And then even though they have a precious human body, their activity, their conduct is more often like an animal, actually. And so that is that karmic creditor that is related to the affliction of attachment. So we have taken out of greed the wealth of others. And then the third one is related to anger or hatred. And that is the karmic creditor that threatens our life. And that is the result of having taken the lives of others in previous lives. And there's many reasons why we have done that. Sometimes we kill because we are angry out of hatred, or we kill out of desire, and so forth. And as a result, we experience a shortened lifespan. So that's the karmic creditor for that. So these are just the three main karmic creditors, or related to three main afflictions, but there is many more than that. So basically, it comes down to anything that we do wishing for our own happiness. First, the self, ourselves, is most important. I'm most important, and therefore, whatever I do, it is so for my own benefit. so that I achieve happiness, even if that means suffering for others. And then suffering arises as a result of that, but then even that, again, is changing. So that's also important to understand.
쭉 가는 야미 제나양 네 소소히 담을 살고 거래 이 도다 강이잖아 20을 라지 받으라 나요 말이 다들 나 요미 쳤다 끼던 것들이 사실 따와 맞고 받을 나 요미 가용 돼 있고 말했더니 대통제 쪽가를 뉴전 현지 뉴시에요 현지 뉴시 받을 대통을 가용 타 추가송 그랬더니 다 타가 주로 돼 있다 그냥 양면 맞을라고 또 같이 맞을라고 인사해야 나요 말이 내 같이 트라우마에 인사해야 나요 말이 너무 거기 남들 맞다 에 뭐지 말이 탐지들이 돈이 쉐기와 돈이 좋아요 배터리 탑 시합이 시합 좋아요 시합도 또 많이 일하는데 이게 염제 못제로 맞을라고 돼 어디 파모트 돈이 쉐기와 돈이 가면서 다 매바데 소가하거나 또 많이 다 요리 정도들이 성국적인 앞에 같이 같이 참이 달라져 매가 하고 요래 라울르 달라져 하고 요래 다 되고 요래 다 매가 하고 저들이 sem나 갔다 왔다 또 많이 돈이 도도 될 라이시 봐서 그래서 다 돈이가 내 맞으면 되다 대답을 쌌다네 이 동감들이 다 매바 셈되게 나디지 답이 다시 두고 요래잖아 다음에 라이시 바탕에 그들이 쫓아오다가 차지는 나디지 차로 답이 식도고 요래 이 차로 식들까지 이제들이 저선 제발 때에 그래서 다 만나서더니 다다다 쭉쭉거려 나서 보더라더니 깔지 만지 나지 차지 니 깔지 만지 차지 나지 레이야 니야 너무 지어요这接着就把这接着讲解的제일 진리랑 비밀하게 따로 저거 요래 이러고 살이 탑지라 그리고 양미 탑지 뒤들이 저기 요래 이제 하고서도 어쩌고까지 했어 말지 저 차지 했어 나지 했어 하고 그래 하고 좋아하게 땅에 하고 또 그래 하고 기침 뭐래
장견 가래
차지 차차 차오 차오
yeah so whatever chod you're practicing in the chod practice we visualize ourselves as the Yidam deity, and that is because the wisdom deity, when we visualize ourselves as the wisdom deity, then there is no concept of a self. And so when we have not yet realized the ultimate view of Mahamudra and Dzogchen, there are doubts in our mind regarding that self. We are not so sure whether it really exists or not. In the Chod practice, Chod speaks about 4 maras or 4 demons, and this doubtful mind is this demon, this mara of self-deceit. You can't really decide on anything. You're not sure. There's doubts in your mind. And so at this point, that is why we are visualizing ourselves as the deity in a pure form. And that could be in the form of magic labdrön, then there is no self, or it could be the great mother, the Prajnaparamita, or Vajrayogini, according to the Drikung tradition. But all of these female deities, they represent emptiness. And ultimately, method and wisdom need to unite. And wisdom is this emptiness quality of the female, like the great mother, the Prajnaparamita, or magic labdrön, Vajrayogini. Their essence, their nature is emptiness. So when you realize that there is no self, then you realize this nature, her nature of emptiness. For as long as there is a concept of a self, we might know that there is no self, but still we perceive a self, and that is why we visualize the deity. So we know that the outer universe and all beings consist of many particles which will turn into dust eventually, and we know that this is true for our own body, that our own body will turn into ashes in the end. But still, we have this concept of I, of self. And only when we realize that there is no self, we realize this space-like empty nature of the female deity. And that is the wisdom deity. However, because we cannot at this point always remain within that empty state, we visualize the deity. So here we visualize Vajraglabdran, for example. And when you visualize the deity, then there is no thought of self, of I. And when the mind is selfless, a selfless mind can help other sentient beings who are grasping at a self to dissolve the self-grasping in their minds. The selfless mind of the deity is like hot water, and that hot water can melt the ice block of self-grasping in other sentient beings gradually, depending on various causes, conditions, and so forth. And so in the Chod practice, there are different kinds, but in general there is 4 sections or kind of offerings that we make. There is the white distribution, the red distribution, then the inner and the subtle distributions. So in the context of Chod practice, we go through these 4 steps of offering our body in 4 different ways.
제가 도마 다 이제도 가르쳐 고요 우리는 이시바데 라시바야 있잖아 라시바 니로 말에 들이 추가다 롱거리 대사들 고조시 중고지 인지 뒤바타게를 들이 다당문이 조 메와스 진사게라 라진 이요레 다진이야 뒤로서다 가시에는 갈아잡서고 가시 샤사를 메샤사를 메 마크를 고고고고비 알아서가 잠을 망고 요래 내 탐체들이 따타오타 까지들이 샤타를 다 뭐 샤타를 나발들이 가슴 마스는 때라서 버전들이 라기도 강고들이 제 탐체를 살모던 것들이 제가 탐체를 디바토나 때 까지서
So first, we visualize ourselves as the Yidam deity, because then there is no duality within the mind. And the deity unifies both, the Dharmakaya and Sambhogakaya. And then there are those worldly beings, the sentient beings, there are those without a body who grasp at a duality of self and other. And so there is, to them, there are various offerings that we make. Often there are things that we offer as food, but then people have different food preferences. Some people don't eat meat, for example, or they don't eat garlic, and there's all kinds of preferences. But now here in the context of the white distribution, we are making such a food offering, which can be in the form of different kinds of foods, but then think that it has the nature of the 3 white and 3 sweet substances, and these then transform into whatever is needed or desired. So that's the first offering, or called the white distribution.
산촉 세배들들 데라데들이 컨트롤 세배 탐게 다디메와 장들이 산촉 세배를 가지라고 레스.
And so this particular Chod that we are practicing here, the Kusali Chod by Chigden Sumgon is mainly a chod of a wide distribution, where the offering becomes a nectar of bodhicitta, which is then offered to sentient beings, and it purifies their self-grasping, and then bodhicitta arises within their mind streams. So this whole chod here that we are practicing by Chigden Sumgon is a wide distribution. And so practitioners are different. Some have a preference for the wide distribution and some for the red distribution. The red distribution is an offering of flesh, blood, and bones. And that is made to those karmic creditors that one has a more direct relation to now. So to them one makes this offering, this red offering, and then one goes through different body parts of flesh, blood, and bones, and so forth. And then the like, subtle offering is then one has already dissected one's body and offered it up, cut up and offered it up, and so then once all of that has already been dissected, then one just brings to mind that it becomes anything pleasing that exists in this world. A mandala consisting of Mount Meru and the 4 continents and forests and rivers and all kinds of enjoyments and companions and different animals like horses and so forth. And there's 3 sweet and 3 white substances. Whatever is possible in this world, it becomes that and is then made an offering.
냠이체 당강 고는 잠다 고는더니 이제가 팬거래 가다 냠이체냐 강가라지 뭐 빠져 좀 초코래 노다나 가시는 요래 가시는 때요 말이
And then fourth, there's the inner offering. And so that, for example, refers to and a direct issue that you have. For example, you're sick, you're in pain. Then you have naturally an aversion against that. You feel that it's so terrible, I'm in so much pain. So then you visualize in space before you the field of accumulation of all the deities and the Buddhas. And then you think that from them a rain of wisdom nectar falls down and it enters your central channel, your crown, and then your central channel, and then fills up your entire body until it reaches each and every pore of your skin. And having filled up your body, then it leaves your body through the pores of your skin and all the openings, and then the nectar flows down into the ground below you. And it is said that in the ground below you are certain kinds of karmic creditors. So certain kinds of spirits and karmic creditors. And so when it goes down into the ground, then visualize that they receive this nectar that showers down upon them. And by receiving this nectar, their karmas and karmic imprints are being purified and bodhicitta arises within their mind. So the reason why we actually visualize in this way is because there's different kinds of karmic creditors. There are some karmic creditors, like hungry spirits and so on, whose fortune is very meager. They cannot just get something. For example, if some food falls down onto the ground, they can't just get it unless it is dedicated to them. Only if it is dedicated to them specifically, then they can get it. But they do not have the karmic fortune to obtain it in any other way. And that is because of their own karmas, their own karmic imprints in their mind. And so this inner offering purifies this inner karmic imprint of them and also of oneself. So the visualization here is very similar to the Vajrasattva visualization, where the nectar flows down and then purifies all obscurations. So these are four kinds of visualizations for the Chod practice. And you can visualize whichever suits you the best, whichever one you prefer. Some people like this, some people like another one, so you can just practice whichever one is more suitable for yourself. And now for our sadhana, not all of them are included in our sadhana. So some aspects of these visualizations are in it and some are not.
Inner dedication is page 11.
Page 11?
Yeah, English.
Page 11. Glorious, holy, venerable, precious, kind, root and lineage lamas, divine assembly of yidams and assemblies of Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, yogins, yoginis, and dakinis dwelling in the 10 directions, please hear my prayer. By the power of this vast root of virtue, may I benefit all beings through my body, speech, and mind. May the afflictions of desire, hatred, ignorance, arrogance, and jealousy not arise in my mind. May thoughts of fame, reputation, wealth, honor, and concern for this life not arise for even a moment. May my mind stream be moistened by loving kindness, compassion, and bodhicitta. And through that, may I become a spiritual master with good qualities equal to the infinity of space. May I gain the supreme attainment of Mahamudra in this very life. May the torment of suffering not arise even at the time of my death. May I not die with negative thoughts. May I not die confused by wrong view. May I not experience an untimely death. May I die joyfully and happily in the great luminosity of the mind as such and the pervading clarity of Dharmata. May I, in any case, gain the supreme attainment of Mahamudra at the time of death or in the bardo.
Om Mane Beme Hom, Om Mane Beme Hom, Om Mane Beme, Om Mane Beme Hom, Om Mane Beme Hom, Om Mane Beme, Om Mane Beme Hom, Om Mane Beme Hom.
보통 제제된 바 당신신 받은 바고 소나요 제제제 위주로서 살로다 관도 잘하게 이게왜 소리로 제 주도도 초조로 봐 저 줄어서 살로도 라파달라라도 그 양은 담아용지 이제 근들로요 상자로도 제제 될래나로도 바밤이라 저가 뭐 방법을 보자와 공부까지 로만 넘어서 와데 오면 시즌 접하네 어서 사주고 정원 아샘주고 무슨 도대be 어서vel랑 잘라서 와데 수동도 아주 주진치 약속면 봉조 질러서 습지도 저도 다 지나가다 와 주제는 또 산도서 저리 들어오는 바라다는 아주 자꾸 좋은 거 보러다 강시시 쉬어래. 그래서 스로너들이 나타 그런까지 랑게 인연이 이제 속고 고사를 속소서 신드디바 냐니 사고 내가 이제디바 세상 양설인 바대서 고사를 속소서 고사를 하지 제가 그 강영비가 잡자봐 된다고 고사를 하고 해서 그래서 더 속소라 자치 종마고 요래 저선하고 속속발라들이 다 따라서는 자치 못 사고는 빼네 맞으니 뭐만 치고도 가요만 치고도 그랬지 그게 뭐만 치고도 대상체들이 대통령으로 속속 정보를 약치고 지내는데 저선은 저 속속어서 들이다 가시더니 마사가 돼서 속바 좋아 엔라들이 다 이수는 저sabje 강에 지아마마 쓰는 거 처음하고 살이 다다 쓰는 걸로 두치고 체롱으로 두치고 대착해요. 대사비를 자치되다 요래 자치 되었다 이거는 망발은 됐다. 이번다 침보 들이 주시가 싸war락 침보 침질라 배받치 못르베 들이라 존재티 싸와 강나더라 섭지 탐들 핀바 싸와데 라들이 쓰는 거 초제요래 쓰는 거 초지 메티가 메티다라들이 랑기와 치랍라 쓰는지 봐지 데베지에 봐지 탐들 쓰는지 그요래 쓰는 거 초지 들이들라 제도 요 빠다 마지막에 저게 초석 탐내가고 차대 이날에 초석은 초지더니 또 센동을 나중에 또 초석 탐지 나중에 니고이나 나중에 원룸이 찍자요 말이지 라를 르들 나중에 지고 너 연배나 들이 르지 초석을 하장사바 배용침보래 별들이 별 창차왔다고 라를 밑쪽에 창차왔대요. 병 얘네들 쌈좀 잡아래. 르라 소치 그들이 사만 남았다고 그랬더니 뭐람 찍답나더니 다다 산지게 땜바를 못 치는데 로통랑 하시는 것들이 같이 그냥 차소나냐냐 매바데 산지를 뭐람 집아들이 다다 다른 그 소랑 그 저스라 티네 대답들 하나들 조금 요래 그래서 산지게 코와 맞다고 받아들이 산지게 때말 뭐지 내발 쇼소 산지 때바시바 심질 피바다 되게 저 대선 거는 돈아 삼지디 주제다 내발 쇼소 하늘이 내가 차디 뭐는 것도 그쪽으로 그래서 자꾸 살아서 소소지와도 그런 강음이 바나 라는 걸 누렸더니 있으면 소소 자체 뭐 이쪽으로 비용들이 섞어서 그요래 이렇게 살아서 소소
So, Dharma friends, this morning I was giving a general introduction to the practice of Chod to the best of my abilities. And now this afternoon we will go more into the Chod practice as it is practiced according to the Drikung lineage. And that is the Chod composed by Jigten Sumgön. It is called the method of accumulating merit by practitioners from the profound teachings of Lord Jigten Sumgön. And that is an exceedingly concise practice of Chod. And yet it is very profound. Its practice is very profound. And it includes all the crucial points of Chod practice. And it is one that anyone can practice. So this term Gosali, that is actually an Indian term, and it refers to a poor person, like a beggar, someone who has nothing whatsoever. So it is the method to accumulate merit for someone who has no material possessions. And still such a person can accumulate a vast amount of merit. And that is through the power of aspiration. For example, there are prayer festivals held. They are called Mönlam. There is, for example, the great prayer festival of the Nyingma lineage and also the Kagyu lineage and so forth. And these prayer festivals are held to accumulate vast merit. So that is this accumulation of merit. So this is also a method to accumulate merit. And so there are different kinds of individuals, and some have accumulated more merit than others from previous lives. For example, some people in this life now are very rich, are wealthy, because in a previous life they have already accumulated a great deal of merit. So as a result of that, in this life, they experience external well-being. And then because there is this continuum of good aspiration, then also in future times, they will engage in activities to benefit the Buddha's teachings, to engage in Dharma activities, to benefit sentient beings in a vast way. Any of these activities actually benefit sentient beings. And whatever benefits sentient beings is what we call an accumulation of merit. So such a person might have already accumulated merit in previous lifetimes and therefore experience, enjoy wealth in this life. But then there's others who are not wealthy in this lifetime. And does it mean that they cannot accumulate any merit? Not at all, actually. Because the mind is most important. The actual purpose of any accumulation of merit is any accumulation of merit must become an antidote to self-grasping. So therefore, it has to do with the mind and not with the outer material possessions. And since our greatest attachment is the attachment to our body, if we offer our body, that is really the greatest offering. That is the greatest accumulation of merit. Actually, that's a method, a way to accumulate very profound merit. There's other physical kinds of merit that we accumulate. For example, we offer prostration, and that also has incredible benefits, but that's physical. And then what's more profound than the physical is the speech, and what's more profound than the speech is the mind. So according to the Vajrayana, if one makes just one completely pure aspiration prayer, for example, praying that the Buddha's teachings may remain, as a result of that pure aspiration prayer, the Buddha's teachings will always remain. For many thousands of years, no matter how much they have declined, they cannot really disappear. They will always remain. And that is because of the Buddha's aspiration. So when it is done with a pure intention, then these aspirations are being accomplished. So we make prayers such as, until the end of samsara, may the Buddha's teachings remain. And this was the aspiration of the Buddha, and for this reason, the Buddha's teachings will always remain. And the Buddha's teachings, in essence, is the cause of all benefit and happiness of all sentient beings. And that, in brief, is love. So what really always will remain continuously is a continuum of love. That will always remain through the power of the Buddha's aspiration. And so now this Gusali Chod is a method, a way to accumulate a vast amount of merit by offering one's own body for even poor individuals, beings who have nothing else to offer. They offer their own body, and in this way, actually the benefit of that offering is said to be superior to any other offering. There's no way to fix Rinpoche's mic, right? It's kind of in and out, it's hard to hear anything. Slowly.
꼬아지 자고 와서 어때 약사지? 제 약사. 야, 제가 어때요, 저기 판마마 제가 직접 보니까 재미있게 보면서 하고 그래. 이 가이드들 말씀하면 설득도 많이 들어줘야 되니 말씀하요. 때와서 문제인 거요래. 때와서 문제나들이 때와서 마다 보여 발란 시요가 이 때와서 함께 잡는 어디 아마마 되고 지금 매상 어디 코아르지와 참 이발에 양도 찍고 와왔더니 나 집대 제도 하자 제보 요래 나 집대 제거나 나 집대 제거서 버티고 나 집대 대화 토고요 말이 나 대화 토고는 삼지를 대화 토고요 말 대화 제도 랑 같은 제보를 샤세 제하고는 이제 대화 거도 뭐면 오 아마 같은 제보를 되네 양 가시라 나 소리 들리 대화 지금 말이 대화는 빠졌대 나 쪽들에 하고는 나 쪽거나 다딘 셔고도 다음에 다딘 셔고도 에 셔고나 다 가래지 다 셔고서로다 야 마치 버터를 배치하래 이 마치 다음에 봐 버터를 찌와지지라 소송 많이 받대요 말이지 많이 받으셔지 이 찌와지요 대요 말이지 즉석성이 냠도 대토고요 말이 다디 요파서 이제 배제다고 찾기 하고는 이비로 줄이 집어서는더니 다디 실컷으로 다디 양디양 다무소 요는 뭐지 로망보르들이 양이 제고 이제 다디도 저거 체들이 생고마 초소든 초반도 이제 다 파도요 생고마 집어도 다 파도 대하고는 이 맞은 남편이랑 생긴다 되었으니거나 다디저 타고를 지빙을 올려버려 지빙을 올려버려 다디저 타고를 이제 동아들은 사제제 공항라는 거 터졌어 사제제 공항지 받았더니 이সম에 그 시에 요미 tak시 타타제다 들어와야데 라라메 봐 요진도 것도 사요 말에 남카다를 줄까 매일 양 그반에 사요 말에 롱가다 들고 사지 용어로 가슴 라디오를 참고요래 딱시니 타동 잡아들 라나메 봐서
So then coming to the sadhana after Kusali Chod, there are basically two versions of that. There is the current version, and that includes certain supplements added by Garchen Rinpoche, and then without those supplements. And so the actual practice begins on page 10 when we cultivate first bodhicitta. And so we say, may all sentient beings as limitless as the infinite nature of space who have been my mothers, in order that they possess happiness and be free from suffering, and to establish them in the unsurpassable state of buddhahood, I exert myself in the yoga of giving my body to gather accumulations. So first, we cultivate the four immeasurables for mother sentient beings. So in each life that we have taken, from lifetime to lifetime, limitless lifetimes in the past, we had a mother. We learn about that when we study the four thoughts that turn the mind. So we can say that there is not a single being who has not been our parent in a previous life. And so when we bring to mind a mother, then naturally we feel love. There's really not many who don't love their mothers. And even animals, for example, there is a loving relationship between mothers and their offspring. So first we need to identify this feeling of love. That love, that feeling of love that exists between a mother and her child. And then that love has to pervade all sentient beings. When you recognize all beings have been my mother, just like this mother. So first, this is an understanding of love that arises. You understand what love is. And then you habituate to that. You practice it by reflecting on it again and again all the time. And also, it is actually for our own greatest benefit. Because in the beginning, we naturally want our own greatest benefit. We want to be happy. That is our biggest attachment. We are striving after our own happiness. But then we don't always get it. And we don't find what we are striving after. the only true way to find happiness is through love, cultivating love for all beings. And for that, we bring to mind first the love that we have for our mothers. We remember the kindness of our mothers. And when you really recognize that love, then you will really want to cultivate love. When that love arises and you gain an experience of that feeling of love for your mother, what you recognize is that this kind of love is your own happiness, so it really benefits you the most in the end. And so that is why you want to cultivate more love. There are some individuals who really only care about themselves and who say that they do not even love their mother. But then all of the Dharma that we practice is in order to destroy self-grasping. That is what we need to understand. That's the whole purpose. So in other words, if you want to be protected from suffering, you have to get rid of self-grasping. And then how can you get rid of self-grasping? It is by looking at this feeling of love between a mother and her child. For example, if a mother only has one child, then her love for that child is very strong. And there is no selfishness at all. There is no thought of me or I at all. She only cares about the child. So those two don't come together. If you think about yourself, you're not thinking about others. And if you think about others, then you're not thinking about yourself. So this is the principle to understand here. The moment altruism arises, already the self, this notion of the self has disappeared. But then it is something that we have to practice for a very long time, continuously. So the long-term practice that we engage in is for the sake of eliminating self-grasping. That is the purpose. That is why we make offerings to the higher beings, the Buddhas, and that is why we are generous towards sentient beings. So here we are saying, may all sentient beings have happiness. For sentient beings to experience happiness, they have to be free from self-grasping. The altruistic mind has to arise within them. And when it arises, self-grasping naturally disappears. And so then, as it says here, they are established in the unsurpassable state of Buddhahood. The state of Buddhahood is the state of non-dual primordial wisdom that transcends all extremes of existence or non-existence, eternalism or nihilism. It is like space, the Dharmakaya. We cannot say that it exists because it is like space. And yet we can also not say that it doesn't exist because there are continuous and endless manifestations of Sambhogakayas and Nirmanakayas. And then the qualities of those three kayas are also complete within your own mind. And then now the state unsurpassable here, unsurpassable state. Unsurpassable means transcending all extremes, transcending the limitations of existence and non-existence.
도마 냠니 강제나 제가 소바가 쳐다 사와도마 소바가 쳐다 한 감지요에 혼데 있어 하면서 이는 고왔다 같이 쳐서 봐도 혼데 추탐지 정말 맞아 봐야 로버즈들 나타난 것처럼 그런 잡을래는 사강대요. 아주 과대 용한 이 때문에 내가 과정 차고 잡을래는 사강대 오래전에 로트 가만 보래 요상고 요래 옛날들이 잡을래는 사강대 자대나 완난 간이더니 강원도 사강도 다른 좀 마보이 거예요. 뭐말이 강원도 터도 그래. 다 뽑자고 그래. 만나가니 공부를 제가 공부를 자들이 모두도 제가랑 맞다 봐래 학교 sensi를 때는데 마치 사태를 맞췄어요 말이. 예걸 저도 고아 차나 들이다다 대다 고아 차나 양 다음 무슨 도지 이랬더니 녹서 소리 요래 어때 저봐야 뭐 하고 소바와서다 소바도 뭐 소바와서다 뭔가 이렇게 말라 좀 난데 우리 장례를 저봐래서 이 저봐도 나도 저 먹고 이런 거래 대성도 똑바로 먹고 이거래 이 전에 일주일 걸어 도박 팔려 그래 나도 좋아하지 이 타버지 하이 나도 식당 매번 샘 싸우지 내 마타 남산 이렇게 저기 남자 맞고 남자지 아니 저기 저기 남자 맞이나 자꾸도 상지 또 벌써 아다들은 인자요 관을 저기 남자 맞고 다른데 가서 살아서 세블라면 샬라들이 다이 마사지야 마사지나 저 가리들 라그 조고다 semmi kaga 가서요 쭉 가시더니 women 야 통은 이 나가는도 이렇게 women 총총랑 스피치고 자 이렇게 대다가 공부요 갈고나 초고요 나 대갈 지기서 오게 나도 나도 말고 이렇게 요네도 공들이 진짜 잘 오르고 싸워 저 마세 파티에서 사태 라운드 사태 마사도 그냥 이또 봐도 파이 제네 다다 저 책임이 패요 아니 사태 때문에 뭐 책임만 사태 갖고 파이 이제 거기로래 사태 자기 안에는 참죠 그냥 참게 거기로래
So, in general, whatever practice or sadhana we engage in, it mostly begins with this mantra here, Om Svabhava Shuddha Sarva Dharma Svabhava Shuddhoham. And so, that is because there are those appearances now of samsara and nirvana. There are limitless, vast phenomena, endless appearances. Although they appear, they lack any true existence. They are temporary, fleeting appearances. For example, when we look at this planet Earth, we can understand that although it's here, it also lacks inherent existence. So we can understand that and we can experience that by habituating to this understanding. So first, it is just an understanding. We think that there is this world, and it's here now, and it will be here for many tens and thousands of years. So we think it's here now. This world exists. And then, however, there are countless planets like this Earth in the universe that constantly, every day, every night, come to complete destruction, disintegrate, and turn into dust. And that's something even science can see nowadays. So even though now it is here, we can see this world, it is subject to disintegration, it is impermanent. And there is nothing in this world that will last, or there's no one who will not have to die. So that is an understanding we have to habituate to on an ongoing basis. Now it is just kind of a vague understanding. So we still have this strong belief that what we see really exists. We see this world and it really exists. And so that must be recognized as a confused perception of the mind. Actually, what appears lacks inherent existence. And so that is what we bring to mind when we recite this mantra here. The meaning of this mantra is to remember that everything, all phenomena, are empty of self-nature. And even though things seem to really exist, this perception is a confused, like a distorted perception. And because we believe in these perceptions, we develop an endless chain of thoughts, and many doubts arise in our mind. And that is what the Chod cuts through. So you can see in the following lines, every line begins with a phet. So the phet is said out loud repeatedly throughout the practice together with the drum. And that is where we stop and reflect. So through the phet, first of all, we are directly and forcefully cutting through thoughts. And then there is not a single thought within the mind. So we say phet, there's not a single thought in the mind, just a clear, lucid state. And from within that state, then in an instant, you appear as Vajrayogini, which is on the next page. And then it explains her appearance. So when you visualize Vajrayogini, your form as Vajrayogini, it appears in an instant. So you shouldn't think about it in any way. Do not think of her in terms of me, she's me, or in terms of other. Without any thought, directly visualize Vajrayogini. And so through the Chod practice, we are separating the mind from the body. In some other Chod practices, there is a more detailed visualization where you also visualize your central channel and the bindu of consciousness moving through the narrow passage of the central channel and then merging into the vast space above the crown. And so if that suits you more, if you prefer this visualization, you can also do that. But here we visualize Vajrayogini very directly. And so then we meditate on that. And that is why after each line there is a phet where we play the drum. The purpose of that is to focus your attention to the words that are being recited, the visualization. So after each line, we stop and we visualize what we have just read very clearly.
Terasini tata rāri namjo to masong, rāri kichu to de namjo masong. Tiri rāri sāta chukku rāngari pāti ngō song kuyore, rīja song kuyore mare. Tiri rāri chubate tiri rāri tāwa kōnchir ime vāti la, tiri rāpāti. Rāngi sēma tāji ime vāti rākla, tiri rāpāti. Tini rākla sāngi ete, sāngi, idin sāngi. Nisame pe yishiti. Indian songs was out the old. Here it is, or deep captain, Satam, talked on other longer, Chepan Mevari, dealing with the out of a Pachati, Pi, Party, Looking on the Martina, three longer part of say Naba, some tell you thing, that not the Kosong to you, Tapaki, but Rangi, Chango. Tachiram Jibata Getena, the Christian boy, the Vena Trinidad, Dordinam Joma, Lam Trinitana, Dick G. Ginny, Tawakiang, Tamjoko, Tavian Tamjokati, Mevaki or Mary. It's our Chavakani, Tavagan is a mega Tavagan, Joe. It is Sanji, my talk about the people there. Pachena, Pachina, people told me what they repeated. Not talking of Parmachuka, Jed Gosso, Tavi Jet also, Tony Jeta.
And so, am I on? Not right? Off. closing them also off. So then, so in the context of now here visualizing the deity, the deity, the visualization of the deity consists of three aspects, and that is clarity, purity, and stability. And of these, stability or the confidence of being the deity is most important. So when the deity comes to mind, we often have doubts. Even if we visualize ourselves as the deity, we have doubts about, am I really the deity or not? So here, in an instant, you appear as Vajrayogini. Your self-awareness is Vajrayogini, it says. And that is the nature of all the deities. The nature of all the deities is your own self-knowing awareness. That is the nature of all deities. It is not your actual body, but it is your mind, the nature of mind. It is non-dual awareness, self-knowing awareness. That is the true nature of the deity. It is that when you recognize that, then you are a Buddha. When all dualistic grasping is cleared away, you actualize non-dual, primordial wisdom, which is the essence of the deity. So here you visualize yourself as Vajrayogini, and so when you remain within that state, the essence of Vajrayogini, which is clear awareness, then that awareness and the deity's mind are exactly the same. There is not the slightest difference. In that moment, there is no concept of me, there is no habitual imprint. So when Vajrayogini comes to mind, first Vajrayogini comes to mind, and then the inner awareness merges with the outer space and pervades all reaches of space. And actually within that, the three aspects of deity yoga are complete. So that is the clarity, the clear visualization, purity, the recollecting the pure nature, the qualities of the deity, and the stability of having confidence in being the deity. All of these are naturally complete within that all-pervasive self-knowing awareness. So here we visualize Vajrayogini in an instant, and through sustaining awareness, all thoughts come to an end. And there is no concept whatsoever. But it doesn't mean that there is nothing. There is lucid appearance. You arise as Vajrayogini while remaining within a natural state of the mind. And that is really what we habituate to until we attain enlightenment. That is what we gain stability in until we attain enlightenment. So that is just like taking a picture with a camera. Then it's always there. Once you took the picture, the imprint is there, and then it always remains. So you are sealing your mind with the view of emptiness while appearing in the form of Vajrayogini. So for that you can just look at the image of Vajrayogini, then close your eyes and have that image arise in your mind instantaneously.
다 가는 거지. 다다다 동네에 하고 거래. 근데 동네에 진짜 살았다. 동네에 소소 초라만 주고 빼놨다. 소소게 때나. 근데 랑그 미동하지. 내가 책 동세히우나. 이제 문이 초박이 이제 때나 이제 이제 제가 차가 요래. 동네에서 좀 제가 인지를 차고 요래 거쪽으로 말이 인지 쪽으로 이런 세트 상행제 인지랑이 제는 값들이 제는 은혜들이 제가 차고 요래 일단다 꼭고는 인지 지와디 사지 탐지 인지를 차고 요래 이거 속에 또 채고래 같이 나다 그냥 시금에 나또 요 말이 싸고 이 나이는 좀 우리 나 사람들이 또 요말에 차대 요래 제래양용티 내가 첨보 요래다가 바보 개념 와들들이 내가 똑랑지 그냥 요래
So when we visualize ourselves in the form of Vajrayogini, then what is most important? Is it not that visualization, her form, or is it her mind? We cannot always visualize the form, but we must always sustain her mind. So what's more important than the form is the mind of compassion. We have to understand the suffering of the sentient beings in the 6 realms of samsara. If we really think about the suffering of sentient beings, then truly an unbearable feeling would arise within us. And that is how we connect to sentient beings, through this compassion. When we see someone being tortured and killed and who is suffering, we feel compassion. And in this way, we connect to that being. So for this reason, the mind is most important. The body does not really connect, but it's the compassion that connects. The mind of love and compassion. So that is what is most important. And so we might often think that our own compassion is not very powerful. So when we cultivate compassion in this way and connect to suffering sentient beings, we are also connecting to the great compassion of all the Buddhas. And therefore, it becomes very powerful. Sometimes people think that I have no power, I can't do anything to help others. But that kind of thought is also just a self-fixating thought, actually. If you think me or I, then you lose all your power. And that's actually also a very crucial point. Once we are part of the noble Sangha, actually power is present. We possess a certain power just naturally.
배나 게리바시바디 강을 되나 Then Jabi Doba, Sani Jones, Nava Sanjebe, Geduji, Gedubatilla, do some Geduba Chikla, do some Kotosan to Tagayore, Cook Genduji, Sanjet of the Gison on the Yinuji Pang Lu, on a Yinuba Tango, Senatapja Yore, Cook Genduji, sometimes Tuesday, or the lady Behako Yore. 독상지에 대해서 집집합제를 피고 삼이 가체에는 집집합제를 피고서 로데요 베더니 얘가 독상지에 참체 늘송 더니 계속 죽고 줬어 늘요 때까지 쌈을 찍바 찍장이 다들 잡도 되지 잡도 막이 잡았지나 애들은 잡도 막이 차와래시 다들 도바도 그래 집집합제 대화다디 어때래 대리 집집합제 대화딘 곳 동네도 짧고 상의지 곳 딱 처음으로 당시 yap고 차고 드니 은혜 드니 다다다 저런들 무슨 조금까지 잡고 하자 짜치 버리 그다까지 용도가 달라 당월시 버자도 드는 은혜 나는 냥 타고 놓았다는 이제 꼭 강에 놓았다는 냥 나도 형도 나고 자지래 될 이게 지야면 이제 갖고 있다 이제 이제 좀좀으로 당하게 누가 말했으니 조금 정말 시장이 이제 요래지 다 잘은 이제 제거지 자들은 이제 지는 이제 제볼 때 맞지가 봐도 당 지금 제요 말에 자들은 이제 제거는 살로 양다 양다 땅 거래 이거 저 살로 망고 땅거 강해 자들 세와 첨보스라 들으라고 봐도 왔다는 거랬어. 레전드에만 평가서 왔지. 들으라고 봐 채매 봤다는 거랬어. 들이 세와 첨보 세와 요때다. 사족스가 용띠시 말이 다들 세상을 들이 다다다 무슨 자체보. 들이 무슨이 이제 가나 놀롱줄 자체니 들이 세상 소를 자니 자한테 되게 송을 들이 기왕 아마 같은 제와르잖아. 하도 세워지 못하고 이 말이 이 간대요래 매대요래 쉽게 야롱도고 말이 간이 자지를 뛰니들이 노파를 땅 세상에 야래 롱거요래 까들이 세상에 무지 듣고 요래 말이 세상에 가글라면 무지 듣고 요 말이지 오 며칠 가든 좀나 세상 무지 썼다 코르지 우리 콩을 뛰니 세상에 알랑통 랑이 하고서 하고는 곰잡소 다들 super paradox는 땅은 했더니 무슨 라네 소주만 하나送받다 개블롱 또도 자세라스 노지 상절이 신때 땅도 들 가가 책임 바시니 노바다니 잡들 세상을 랑때 하고 띵소는 들이 몇된 적 다르더니 셋다 가는 차트고요. 대 super paradox는 거요래. 들이 들 보면 나가 들로 망보요래. 무슨 나를 링거요래. 대도 상호다 당연히 납슬린 거지 다른 당원서 자들이 이게 맞게가 버려 어떻다고 다 다들도 다 공타 관가르치나 텔라 삼지지 지나 들으면 이제 제고 지요리 대 하장 가르쳐 버려야지
So once we have taken refuge in the three jewels, we took the refuge vow. We become a member of the noble Sangha within Buddhism. And it is said that within one Sangha member, the three jewels of the three times are complete. Their body represents all of the Sangha of the three times. Because the essence of a Sangha's body is to refrain from causing any harm towards others. That is the vow, to not harm anyone. And so the body then is the Sangha. The speech represents all of the Dharma, because you understand through speech, you understand the workings of karma, cause and effect. And the mind is the Buddha, because Buddhas want to benefit sentient beings, and that is the Sangha's intention. So in this way, the 3 jewels of the 3 times are complete within a single Sangha member. And for this reason, a Sangha member and their intention is really extremely precious. So for example, if you're taking the refuge vow today, then you think, today I've taken the refuge vow. So I have said, may all sentient beings have happiness and may they be free from suffering. That's what I want. I want them to be happy and I want them to be free from suffering. May they give rise to love and compassion. May they attain the state of enlightenment. So that is what we generally have to think after we have taken refuge. In the Drikung Kagyu lineage, we have a very special refuge prayer that is so special that it is also adopted by other lineages, like other Kagyu lineages in their practices. And that is the very first prayer that we do in our opening prayers, where we say, all those enemies who hate me, obstructors who harm me, and so forth, may they be happy. So that's really a very unique way of cultivating compassion. If you imagine there is someone who harms you deeply today, appears as an enemy and does anything he can to harm you, to hurt you. For the most part, it is extremely difficult for us to feel love and compassion for that individual. And if that is the case, then I am not yet a real Sangha, actually. So actually, anyone has love for their friends, for their companions. Anyone can do that, or their families. But it's really hard to cultivate love for enemies. And that is the kind of love that we have to cultivate. And then your love becomes authentic. And until then, your love, your compassion is not actually authentic. So this is how we should reflect. Again and again, we need to bring up this enemy until we sincerely feel a genuine feeling of love towards them. And only then we can really call ourselves a noble Sangha truly. So an enemy, actually, enemies are kind to us in 2 different ways. The first one is an enemy arises as an enemy because in a previous life, that enemy was someone that has loved you with all their heart, like a parent or a good friend. And in return, we only mistreated them. We completely acted against karma and without any shame at all. And we hurt them. And all that love that they had for us then turned into anger and resentment, because these ordinary beings don't understand the quality of bodhicitta. And so now that being appears as an enemy who is causing harm, for example, who is taking away your wealth, or who is a threat to your life, or causes you pain, and so forth. So this is where all the enemies really come from. They have been someone in particularly kind to you in a previous life. So that is one, and the other one is the other way in which enemies are kind to us is from a present lifetime's perspective. And now that is, when you are in the face of an enemy, then anger arises. But naturally, when the enemy is not there, when everything is going well, the anger is still there, but it remains hidden in your mind. You never really recognize it. It doesn't surface. It doesn't come up. So your enemy triggers the anger. The enemy hurts you, then you get angry. So the anger comes up. And when it comes up, you have a way to recognize it. If it doesn't come up, you also can't recognize it. So that's the second way in which the enemy is very kind to us, because it is through his kindness that anger arises and we can recognize it. And then we can engage in practice. to eliminate our own anger, which is our true enemy actually. And eventually, as a result, we will perfect the perfection of patience. And according to the 37 bodhisattva practices, there it says, to those who desire the treasures or a wealth of virtue, to those who desire a wealth of virtue, all those who do harm are like a precious treasure. So all those who insult you or who harm and hurt you, they trigger your anger, which allows you to recognize it. And recognizing it and practicing with it, it will exhaust itself. And in the end, there is no more anger, and the mind abides like space. That is the perfection of patience. And there's actually many disciples who really have accomplished that. There's many disciples who really are able to practice patience. So if you're interested in true practice, then you have to develop love, compassion for your enemy. And until that arises, you have to make an effort for it to arise. So in the face of harm, then you would not get angry at the other person, but feel, I'm sorry for having hurt them in the past, and feel that no matter what he does or says, I need to cultivate compassion for them. I need to love them. So that is really very, very important. Then next again we say phet, and again we place the mind into a state of emptiness, the view, and then we continue. In front, my naked, dead body lies, fresh, shiny, possessing sensuous quality to the senses, like fresh and shining and so on. And so you visualize that for some time, and when that is clear, so then you stop again, and again you say phet. And so then after that, we are setting up a hearth, like a kind of like a tripod of human skulls. And that's not like an ordinary worldly kind of stove or so, but this tripod, consisting of 3 human skulls, that those human skulls represent the qualities of the 3 kayas.
색깔 낭말 똥숨 남그 중송 하여튼 kapala 자치 뭐지죠. 대양도 공부해야지.
So then again, you say phet, and then on the next page, 12, then in the cleaver in my hand cuts from the corpse the cranium, which is white on the outside, red on the inside, and vast as the 3,000 universes, and places it over the tripod stove. So then you imagine that with a cleaver knife, a curved knife in your hands, you are cutting off your own skull, which is then placed as the offering bowl on top of this stove, this tripod stove. And think that the moment it is placed onto that stove, it becomes vast and spacious, filling up, it says, the 3,000 universes, the billionfold universe, all pervasive. And having the nature of the twofold bodhicitta, and think that it has the ability to satisfy all sentient beings in the three realms of samsara. So you think of this kapala as becoming very vast and extensive.
Triang kapala sartima tada samkira tritina yang sai chok teke tri chok teke ranga pembo tina yok desa gong tinang pamjur long yu me bar she ni chung chep jang der bar bor che tri long yu me bar tri perte chomata de tin nang chung mata bata pajang dutsi 바쁘더니 당치 가동 나기 라지가 dutsi 바쁘는 게 없어.
So then once you have visualized the kapala, the skull cup on the stove, then again you say phet, and then continue. I throw the corpse into the skull cup, the wind moves, blazing the fire under the skull cup, the corpse melts, purifies, and transforms into red ambrosia. So then once the body is being cut up, you throw it into the skull cup, and then the fire is set ablaze of the stove, and it as the corpse melts and purifies. So what that represents is that all impurities become completely purified, and once purified, then they transform into a red ocean of nectar.
유몽 들라 이싱아의 쩌스 유몽 받으라다 냠니가 가니 배는 시당치고 듣지 시당치고 제법 가버더니 랑크티시 파크 시당디 무슨 내 시당지 유몽 시당지 등의 저의 방식 열기 집이 시당지 이 시당 랑 파자인 걸 맞다. 세상랑은 걸었다. 그 갑자기 세상 제법걸었지. 그래서도 또 바탕을 하기 깔지. 시 하장 싸우. 롱내가는 내가 시 하장 싸우 차대요. 갑자기 되는 오늘 생기가 소를 내고요. 진시당을 지네. 들이 들었지니 파요를 나서 매바 세상지 썩동그라지 세상하고 싸워 들이 받지고 나중에 이제가 처음에는 세상 어디서나 세상하장 싸워 가우차대요. 세상 제보라는 경복에 타봐지. 세상 지방 들이 남자 받을 게 컨트롤 제보라는 지금 하하 네. 그래서 대다 유모이 실려지 대 낭지 돼서 냠리가 까니 유목과지 실업했더니 유목을 쪼이봐 하고네. 유목이 이실 자성나 실업라 최소나. 유목이 탑지 보는 정도로 되는 유목가지 시간을 쩌지. 이시시 받을까지 나기 니디요 말이 서로 열지 시당을 열거 셈지대 랑그 셈들 뭐 저기 봐. 우리 맞아봐. 르마잡아 타봉다고 셈 맞아봐. 랑그 셈 나왔다고 나기 님에 봐. 배나 다 무슨 점아들 좀 이나 고소 나와나고 차대 왜 랑세 열열 말 랑키 다 열 말 다음에 배터리 돌라고 요래 다 용리 중에 뒤시다도 좋다고 말해 알아 거기서부터 뒤시다들 매한이 반도 요래 나도 당고 다음에 사바세메 봐 이제 지마도 봐 신의 시당나 진짜 영웅이 싫은 줄 대연달이 뒤에다 상축생그 오랑이 오 시지들 나빠도 용절로 늘 봐지 뒤통을 고소나 라게 냠이들이 냠서 용고 다 뜻대레스 늘 데려드는 적대면 또 용로도 터질라 첩바다 신바 하자 가고 또 용로도 가는 롱기에나 때 롱기 첩바다들 첩바다 신바 매봐 정말 매봐 요나 초면나 초가 됐다 봤더니 차한테 참았어 저들 정도로 이 시기로 와서 늘 세시베 동데 권어들이 간이 됐어야 될 어떻게 되래지 하고 또 요래지
So this term ambrosia here, or nectar, is a term that is often used in the secret mantra in the Vajrayana. In the Tibetan, it consists of two syllables. It is dutsi, du and ti. Du means Mara or demon. Du is anything that causes suffering, the afflictive emotions. And ti, the second syllable, is like an elixir, the elixir of the five wisdoms. So the demons of the afflictions are encountered, met with the elixir of the five wisdoms. So that is the actual meaning of that term, dutsi, or nectar. And now, when you put that into practice, actually, what it really means, when you, for example, you get very angry, strong anger arises, and strong anger arises and you recognize it with clear mindfulness. You recognize, this is anger. I am afflicted. That is the cause of suffering. And ideally, then, you are not looking at the person who is making you angry, but you're looking at the nature of your own anger itself. And when you look at its nature, what you find is that in a moment of powerful anger, there are no other thoughts at all. So the anger has the power to block out all other thoughts after 3 times naturally. And that is why in a moment of anger, the mind is extremely clear. It is also because in a moment of anger, the winds abide in the heart center. And when the winds are in the heart center, heart is related to clarity, there's an experience of clarity. So in a moment of anger, there is extreme clarity. And actually, you're coming to the natural state of your mind in that moment when you're very angry. And so in that moment then, when you're very angry, and then you look at it directly, then because the mind is so clear, you will even be able to laugh, actually. And there is no more resentment against the other person because the mind is just extremely clear. It is so clear that you naturally feel very blissful, very happy. There is no concept of self and other, actually, due to this clarity. And that is why often the yogins, when they get angry, then the very next moment, they start out laughing. And that is when the afflictions have transformed into wisdom. So when you practice that, first, mindfulness recognizes the fault of the afflictive emotion. And then the afflictive emotion, when it arises, is met with clear awareness. And if it is met with clear awareness, then the affliction actually becomes a support to your practice, an enhancement to your practice. And that is when the afflictions become, the 5 afflictions become the 5 wisdoms. And wisdom here means the state that is free of all duality. There is no dualistic perception of self and other. Here you recognize that there is no outer object of anger actually. That person that you're angry at is inseparable from yourself. You are not separate from that person. And also yourself, you don't inherently exist. The body does not truly exist. It will turn into ashes. The mind does also not inherently exist. It is like space. So self and other are indivisible in this way. And when you recognize that, you will see the futility of getting angry at the other person. It is just like getting angry at a TV and movie actor. That is not real, so why would you get angry at them? There is no real object of anger, but then there's also no actual self that is getting angry. And so when there is no self, then it is quite easy actually to liberate anger and so forth. Once there is a self, it is very difficult to liberate one's anger, because then you think, he did that to me. There is this self, and that causes the anger to blaze like fire within you. And for this reason, we start out with cultivating immeasurable love, because that eliminates this grasping at a self to begin with. So then, eventually then, you realize that self does not exist, and so do others not inherently exist. And the afflictive emotions also do not truly exist. When you realize that, the afflictive emotion becomes wisdom. And so that is that nectar. The essence of this wisdom nectar is bodhicitta, because it is selfless. So if you understand this, then in any other context, whenever this term dutsi or nectar comes up, now you will understand what it means in any of your other practices. Also what it means is everything can become nectar if there is no clinging fixation. Actually, we generally have a strong attachment to the sense pleasures in this world, the worldly pleasures. But if you develop awareness of that, whatever arises, if it is seized with clear awareness, then actually you can enjoy any of the sense pleasures, but without attachment to them. So then there is a sense of contentment. Then you're fine if there is an object of the senses or not. It makes no difference. From that perspective, everything becomes nectar, or everything becomes the play of primordial wisdom. So this is how you should understand nectar, and then every time it comes up in your practice, you can remember it and apply it to your practice.
다다 니쪽 접장성 내일에 니쪽을 접박한 되나 드린 주요지 탐지라 다다 생각이 좀 치수이 독수리 다진지 드리양 다다 활동장하고 저 답에 다상시나 오 다스고는 드리양 무당원 담다 요래서 이디가 똑같다면 이디가 똑같이 답을 대답 연구 요래 다음에 이디가 똑같으면 창가들 예리 딱 봐서 들었더니 근데 좀 직접 요마 다 라지를 다 받쳐야 돼. 그런 며칠 support하나 마다바 직접 메가는 낭도 그요래. 이디 똑바로 며칠 support하나 또 잠부터 니 내가 잘못해. 잠부터 니 생각하잖아. 지금 맞은 게 뭐가 봤더니 말로 성대 다 참아 장 차송자. 이这个都把有没这么有没得的，这是狂的也这么有嘛来着。
So then it says, what does it say? So it just says here it purifies and transforms. So kind of literally says that like all flaws, all stains are purified by this nectar. And so what is meant here with flaw or stain is that the worst is one's holding back, one's attachment to oneself, like the greed or stinginess, the self-grasping basically. So now when we speak about the body in this way, there are some who pay a lot of attention to like, hygiene and purity and so forth. And there is a dualistic perception in their mind. And so for them, there is a difference between purity and impurity. So the body then is said to consist of many impure substances. But someone who has realized non-duality, to them, everything is the same. The 5 kinds of flesh and the 5 liquids, the nectars, are actually primordially pure. Everything is primordially pure. There is nothing that is not pure. There is actually nothing that possesses any flaw. Everything is flawless naturally, actually. It is just that for the time being, when we look at our bodies and we have a dualistic perception, then we make a division between clean and dirty, or pure and impure. But so here, that is what is being purified here. When the substances come to a boil, and then it boils over, the bubbles that boil over are then the defilements that are being purified, are being removed from the nectar. And so these are just these temporary defilements of dualistic grasping. Actually, the ambrosia, the nectar itself, is never really defiled.
Om Dare Tu Dare Tu Mama Aye Jana Paye Patengara Yasova Om Dare Tu Dare Tu Mama Aye Jana Paye Patengara Yasova Om Dare Tu Dare Tu Mama Aye Jana Paye Patengara Yasova Om Dare Tu Dare Tu Mama Aye Jana Paye Patengara Yasova Om Dare Tu Dare Tu Mama Aye Jana Paye Patengara Yasova Om Dare Tu Dare Tu Mama Aye Jana Paye sowa. Om tare tu mama aye jana paye paten koraya sowa. Om tare tu mama aye jana paye paten koraya sowa. Om tare tu mama aye jana paye paten koraya sowa. Om tare tu mama aye jana paye paten koraya sowa. Om tare tu mama aye jana paye paten koraya sowa. Om tare tu mama aye jana paye paten koraya sowa. Om tare tu mama aye jana paye paten koraya sowa. Om tare tu mama aye jana paye paten koraya sowa. Om tare tu mama aye jana paye paten koraya sowa. Om tare tu mama aye jana paye paten koraya sowa. Om tare tu mama aye jana paye paten koraya sowa. Om tare tu mama aye jana paye paten koraya sowa. Om tare tu mama aye jana paye paten koraya sowa. Om tare tu mama aye jana paye paten koraya sowa. Om tare tu mama aye jana paye paten koraya sowa. Om tare tu mama aye jana paye paten koraya sowa. Om tare tu mama aye jana paye paten koraya sowa. Om tare tu mama aye jana paye paten koraya sowa. Om tare tu mama aye jana paye paten koraya sowa. Om tare tu mama aye jana paye paten koraya sowa. Om tare tu mama aye jana paye paten koraya sowa. Om tare tu mama aye jana paye paten koraya sowa. Om tare tu mama aye jana paye paten koraya sowa. Om tare tu mama aye jana paye paten koraya sowa. Om tare tu mama aye jana paye paten koraya sowa. Om tare tu mama aye jana paye paten koraya sowa. Om tare tu mama aye jana paye paten koraya sowa. Om tare tu mama aye jana paye paten koraya sowa. Om tare tu mama aye jana paye paten koraya sowa. Om tare tu mama aye jana paye paten koraya sowa. Om Tare Ture Mama Ayur Jana Paye Patankuraya Sova. Om Tare Ture Mama Ayur Jana Paye Patankuraya Sova. Om Tare Ture Mama Ayur Jana Paye Patankuraya Sova. Om Tare Ture Mama Ayur Jana Paye Patankuraya Sova. Om Tare Ture Mama Ayur Jana Paye Patankuraya Sova. Om Tare Ture Mama Ayur Jana Paye Patankuraya Sova. Om Tare Ture Mama Ayur Jana Paye Patankuraya Sova. Om Tare Ture Mama Ayur Jana Paye Patankuraya Sova. Om Tare Ture Mama Ayur Jana Paye Patankuraya Sova. Om Tare Ture Mama Ayur Jana Paye Patankuraya Sova. Om Tare Ture Mama Ayur Jana Paye Patankuraya Sova. Om Tare Ture Mama Ayur Jana Paye Patankuraya Sova. Om Tare Ture Mama Ayur Jana Paye Patankuraya Sova. Om Tare Ture Mama Ayur Jana Paye Patankuraya Sova. Om Tare Ture Mama Ayur Jana Paye Patankuraya Sova. Om Tare Ture Mama Ayur Jana Paye Patankuraya Sova. Om Tare Ture Mama Ayur Jana Paye Patankuraya Sova. Om Tare Ture Mama Ayur Jana Paye Patankuraya Sova. Om Tare Ture Mama Ayur Jana Paye Patankuraya Sova. Om Tare Ture Mama Ayur Jana Paye Patankuraya Sova. Om Tare Ture Mama Ayur Jana Paye Patankuraya Sova. Om Tare Ture Mama Ayur Jana Paye Patankuraya Sova. Om Tare Ture Mama Ayur Jana Paye Patankuraya Sova. Om Tare Ture Mama Ayur Jana Paye Patankuraya Sova. Om Tare Ture Mama Ayur Jana Paye Patankuraya Sova. Om Tare Ture Mama Ayur Jana Paye Patankuraya Sova. Om Tare Ture Mama Ayur Jana Paye Patankuraya Sova. Om Tare Ture Mama Ayur Jana Paye Patankuraya Sova. Om Tare Ture Mama Ayur Jana Paye Patankuraya Sova. Om Tare Ture Mama Ayur Jana Paye Patankuraya Sova. Om Tare Ture Mama ayur jana paye patankaraya sova. Om Tare Ture Mama Ayur Jana Paye Patankaraya Sova. Om Tare Ture Mama Ayur Jana Paye Patankaraya Sova. Om Tare Ture Mama Ayur Jana Paye Patankaraya Sova. Om Tare Ture Mama Ayur Jana Paye Patankaraya Sova. Om Tare Ture Mama Ayur Jana Paye Patankaraya Sova. Om Tare Ture Mama Ayur Jana Paye Patankaraya Sova. Om Tare Ture Mama Ayur Jana Paye Patankaraya Sova. Om Tare Ture Mama Ayur Jana Paye Patankaraya Sova. Om Tare Ture Mama Ayur Jana Paye Patankaraya Sova. Om Tare Ture Mama Ayur Jana Paye Patankaraya Sova. Om Tare Ture Mama Ayur Jana Paye Patankaraya Sova. Om Tare Ture Mama Ayur Jana Paye Patankaraya Sova. Om Tare Ture Mama Ayur Jana Paye Patankaraya Sova. Om Tare Ture Mama Ayur Jana Paye Patankaraya Sova. Om Tare Ture Mama Ayur Jana Paye Patankaraya Sova. Om Tare Ture Mama Ayur Jana Paye Patankaraya Sova. Om Tare Ture Mama Ayur Jana Paye Patankaraya Sova. Om Tare Ture Mama Ayur Jana Paye Patankaraya Sova. Om Tare Ture Mama Ayur Jana Paye Patankaraya Sova. Om Tare Ture Mama Ayur Jana Paye Patankaraya Sova. Om Tare Ture Mama Ayur Jana Paye Patankaraya Sova. Om Tare Ture Mama Ayur Jana Paye Patankaraya Sova. Om Tare Ture Mama Ayur Jana Paye Patankaraya Sova. Om Tare Ture Mama Ayur Jana Paye Patankaraya Sova. Om Tare Ture Mama Ayur Jana Paye Patankaraya Sova. Om Tare Ture Mama Ayur Jana Paye Patankaraya Sova. Om Tare Ture Mama Ayur Jana Paye Patankaraya Sova. Om Tare Ture Mama Ayur Jana Paye Patankaraya Sova. Om Tare Ture Mama Ayur Jana Paye Patankaraya Sova. Om Tare Ture Mama Ayu Jana Puye Puten Koraya Soha Om Tare Ture Mama Ayu Jana Puye Puten Koraya Soha Om Tare Ture Mama Ayu Jana Puye Puten Koraya Soha Om Tare Ture Mama Ayu Jana Puye Puten Koraya Soha Om Tare Ture Mama Ayu Jana Puye Puten Koraya Soha Om Tare Ture Mama Ayu Jana Puye Puten Koraya Soha Om Tare Ture Mama Ayu Jana Puye Puten Koraya Soha Om Tare Ture Mama Ayu Jana Puye Puten Koraya Soha Om Tare Ture Mama Ayu Jana Puye Puten Koraya Soha Om Tare Ture Mama Ayu Jana Puye Puten Koraya Soha Om Tare Ture Mama Ayu Jana Puye Puten Koraya Soha Om Tare Ture Mama Ayu Jana Puye Puten Koraya Soha Om Tare Ture Mama Ayu Jana Puye Puten Koraya Soha Om Tare Ture Mama Ayu Jana Puye Puten Koraya Soha Om Tare Ture Mama Ayu Jana Puye Puten Koraya Soha Om Tare Ture Mama Ayu Jana Puye Puten Koraya Soha Om Tare Ture Mama Ayu Jana Puye Puten Koraya Soha Om Tare Ture Mama Ayu Jana Puye Puten Koraya Soha Om Tare Ture Mama Ayu Jana Puye Puten Koraya Soha Om Tare Ture Mama Ayu Jana Puye Puten Koraya Soha Om Tare Ture Mama Ayu Jana Puye Puten Koraya Soha Om Tare Ture Mama Ayu Jana Puye Puten Koraya Soha Om Tare Ture Mama Ayu Jana Puye Puten Koraya Soha Om Tare Ture Mama Ayu Jana Puye Puten Koraya Soha Om Tare Ture Mama Ayu Jana Puye Puten Koraya Soha Om Tare Ture Mama Ayu Jana Puye Puten Koraya Soha Om Tare Ture Mama Ayu Jana Puye Puten Koraya Soha Om Tare Ture Mama Ayu Jana Puye Puten Koraya Soha Om Tare Ture Mama Ayu Jana Puye Puten Koraya Soha Om Tare Ture Mama Ayu Jana Puye Puten Koraya Soha Om Tare Ture Mama Ayu Jana Puye Puten Koraya Soha. Om Tare Ture Mama Ayu Jana Puye Puten Koraya Soha. Om Tare Ture Mama Ayu Jana Puye Puten Koraya Soha. Om Tare Ture Mama Ayu Jana Puye Puten Koraya Soha. Om Tare Ture Mama Ayu Jana Puye Puten Koraya Soha. Om Tare Ture Mama Ayu Jana Puye Puten Koraya Soha. Om Tare Ture Mama Ayu Jana Puye Puten Koraya Soha. Om Tare Ture Mama Ayu Jana Puye Puten Koraya Soha. Om Tare Ture Mama Ayu Jana Puye Puten Koraya Soha. Om Tare Ture Mama Ayu Jana Puye Puten Koraya Soha. Om Tare Ture Mama Ayu Jana Puye Puten Koraya Soha. Om Tare Ture Mama Ayu Jana Puye Puten Koraya Soha. Om Tare Ture Mama Ayu Jana Puye Puten Koraya Soha. Om Tare Ture Mama Ayu Jana Puye Puten Koraya Soha. Om Tare Ture Mama Ayu Jana Puye Puten Koraya Soha. Om Tare Ture Mama Ayu Jana Puye Puten Koraya Soha. Om Tare Ture Mama Ayu Jana Puye Puten Koraya Soha. Om Tare Ture Mama Ayu Jana Puye Puten Koraya Soha. Om Tare Ture Mama Ayu Jana Puye Puten Koraya Soha. Om Tare Ture Mama Ayu Jana Puye Puten Koraya Soha. Om Tare Ture Mama Ayu Jana Puye Puten Koraya Soha. Om Tare Ture Mama Ayu Jana Puye Puten Koraya Soha. Om Tare Ture Mama Ayu Jana Puye Puten Koraya Soha. Om Tare Ture Mama Ayu Jana Puye Puten Koraya Soha. Om Tare Ture Mama Ayu Jana Puye Puten Koraya Soha.
같이 먹어요. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Padme Hum, Om Mani 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 Padme. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Ni don't trap young Dr. Maporters. Dr. Mao Tang. 이 동화 야 근데 뭐 강대라면 뭐 어쩌삼 대해서 와서 대학교 몇 받지 팩다게 받참 제 리티지 몇 받아 받죠 했다 양고 와서 또 먹어서 토론 좀 하더라고요. 그때 저거 어디 야로나 너는 무슨 말이야? 그때 대래 오주 20대 장 님이 집에 깔라 만당대에서 방어 듣도 봐고 가도 봐고 어디 시합을 하지 이따다도 가보다 탑질하지 네 이시대도 장시반이 다 동치시던데 따라서 남바 사지바게 야 신고만은 주바ፈል나 말 신고만하더니 그 동치나 가리 제나 생기나 피바서 되게 자와치바질라 드리다다 없으면 그거는 제가 올때 하고는 가서 찍었다다 이제 dor치네요 시도때 똑치보다 하고요 세법도리 오 나지고이나 얘는 나가 사부터 소소 것들이 센터 넘버 답을 물리 삼바체미바 로르고는 이제 오 실제 탐지 페이고서 로테오나 대대 나가 사부터 없어 이때 희지부터 없지바디 다 강에 되는 배나 그럼 멋지게 잠도 마시네요 오대 주섬도 사제 탐지에 또 이 사족 청배 또고요 배나 배는 작합대 미시 차서는 이제 작합대 와서 차창요 배세다 그래 그리고 진짜는 막 가자 찍거든요 진짜네 하더니 이시더도 장한테 딱 아그 몇 바사롱 때랑게 초거든요 사바체미케 여기 사와시나 이 대sem지 탐지 비미 잡거나 다 본초서부터 특제들이 무슨 저 사제 탐지 송초서랍 되게 대위식과 또 없지 이 농바 가지 농을 농바 사제 참여해서 그래요 나게서 매도 다당 대위식과 서당 취재 이제 또 없는 게서 이또 없을 때 하고는 그랬더니 석기 별치나 라동 이동을 이동 쪽지 머리 이동 이동 때라도 차대 리지고 또다 다들 이식에 듣지고 리지고 탐지가 또래 이 또도 가해지는 거 요리들 다다 무슨 나한테는 주중적이나 뒤전에 다당 거기 탐지게 뒤서부터 싸워다 이거 개가 싸워지더니 게다 탐지 심기 탐지 사지에 더 붙여도 어디 고마적으로 로로요 뒤서부터 사지에 탐지 我说有生气节，我就三足生节，他就三足生的真的的，变了对什个三节上就别啥的用了，我看就录的别接到了，这电视就不到的，那个什么到的，说上把车没，这电用了，这电视就不到了，这话讲个电视就不到，水电用就到不起把的，行里打新几年没给我当起的，就是车都没了过头个嘛的。동자 현지 열매도 동문에게 생기게 맞아 근데 자손은 차로서 너무 맞아 로버가 다디 다 매발 다도 놓고서 차로 차소문에 동네 차로도 조를 내나 차로도 쳐야 돼 동문에 동자 현지 열매서 동네 생기게 와 말이 탑지 사제가라니 될었더니 septinam sanjin yongja lower to me the saji gati hajang pengere chukele no sem de saji garanti there is a teach of top tile dag sam top that teach of top tile that they up lower to me chawrong of sempi tamje shak to ko samje to ko dadi shak to ko they ko de kichi more they ko na te ta 요 제바 가래 제네양들이 고 톱좀들이 조요래 톱좀들이 가사가 속에 들이 가사라 그래 따와 이지메 봐 들이 가산 된들이 사바체메 봐요 봐 가사 타마지 있네요 오 생기 피고 삼지 생기 탐지 피고 sab을 로테 들이 매일 책직다 요 말에 좀 봐주니 냐미제 값 될더니 칸이 생기 탐지 내와더니 동안 잘라고 요래 이 동화 습지선에 피고서 로켓 빠지나 이렇게 사바ጭ 빠차고 그래 저도 빠지 점진나 틀려놓네 이렇게 온와 홍수데 상하를 디선한테 고성쪽에서 합 덤성데 하장 똑제모 이 세반에 받대로 차용고요래 이 텔레온도 시대 작곡 이시가 됐더니 이시 내리더니 사제용 데이터가 대선 되어요 네, 지금 하장 가르쳐 버려야지. 그래서 사서 권능서 오마홍. 어때라 산재 삼자 또 다양한 거래. 이는 파생 비동제나 대용 거래. 네, 하장 가르쳐 버 싸워 하고야 개청을 해야지.
So then coming back to the text, so on page 12, we said then the corpse smells, is purified and transforms into red ambrosia. And so you think that that this ambrosia, this nectar, becomes vast, really endless, all-pervasive. And then again, you stop to move on to the next visualization. So again, you say phet, and then you move on to the next visualization. And so the next, from it, light emanates to all directions and invites the unafflicted wisdom ambrosia, and it blends non-dually with the samaya ambrosia, becoming white tinged with red. So the red nectar, the redness, has the nature of wisdom, and white has the nature, the white nectar has the nature of method. And here we have actually come to a very important, a very crucial point. Whatever Buddhist practice you engage in, we always make offerings to higher beings like Buddhas, and we purify the obscurations of sentient beings. Whatever we do, basically, we do it for the benefit and happiness for sentient beings once we practice Buddhism. And the way that is accomplished is through three powers. And that's the important point to understand. If only one person engages in the practice of virtue, then that person's aspirations will be accomplished, their activities will be accomplished because by virtue of three powers. And so when you know that, then you will also develop some confidence in the power of your aspiration. So those 3 powers are, number 1, it is the power of your own intention. So first of all, your own intention needs to be pure. It needs to be an intention of boundless love, and that's the foundation. A wish to benefit all sentient beings. So that's the first power. And then if such a person cultivates that and then takes the refuge vow, for example, and so on, and the bodhisattva vow, then their aspiration becomes one with the aspiration of all the Buddhas, which is the second power. So the second power is the power of all the Buddhas' great compassion. All the bodhicitta of all the Buddhas of the 3 times. For example, if a person becomes a citizen in a country, then along with that, they will also obtain citizenship rights, certain rights they have. And in a similar way, when we take refuge and we cultivate this motivation, then we also connect to the powers that all the Buddhas possess. And so that is really this merging of the wisdom nectar here. And so what's most important here is that even if the visualization is not so clear, what is important is to develop a mind of immeasurable love, first of all. A wish to benefit all beings. You want to pervade this love for all sentient beings. And when that arises, when that wish arises, you are connecting to the enlightened body, speech, and mind, the blessings of all the Buddhas of the 3 times. And this is how you then also gain that second power, the power of all the Buddhas' compassion. So there is this prayer that all of the different lineages, wherever you go, recite. It's about those 3 powers. So it basically, we say that may the power of my own intention be present, and may the power of all the Tathagatas' compassion be present, and then thirdly, may the power of the Dharmadhatu be present. So these are those 3 powers. So whatever virtue you practice, it is for the benefit of others and oneself, and most importantly, it is for the purpose of others. Actually, the purpose of others is really your own purpose. So the second power, the power of all the Buddha's compassion, is where the nectar transforms into wisdom nectar. And so how do we connect to this power actually? Now when we engage, there is in a Dharma session, for example, we practice for 1 session, we always conclude any session with a dedication prayer where we say, I dedicate all the roots of virtue that exist in samsara and nirvana that are accumulated in the 3 times by myself and all others and so forth, for the sake of the enlightenment of all sentient beings. And what we are really doing here is, with this aspiration, it is like we are putting our aspiration of compassion all into one bag. So our aspiration and the aspiration of all the Buddhas of the 3 times are combined into one bag. So that's why it becomes so powerful. And then it all becomes one. Our object of compassion is the same, sentient beings. The bodhicitta of all the Buddhas and your own is the same. So we are merging. It is just like we are putting all of our money into the bank of the Buddhas of the 3 times. So it all becomes one power. So first is the power of your own intention, immeasurable love. Second is the power of all the Buddha's compassion. So if you cultivate love, immeasurable love, then you connect to all the Buddha's compassion, the second power. And then that leads to the third power, which is the power of the Dharmadhatu. And that is someone who practices. This is something that one can really only understand if we view it from the ultimate perspective. For example, as it is described in the Refuge opening prayers in the Yamantaka sadhana, in the mind generation section, and in there it says, on the ultimate level, actually, no real object of compassion exists. What this is saying is that ultimately there are no real sentient beings. Just like ultimately there is no ice. Ice is water. It just is ice temporarily. Temporarily there is self-grasping. We only believe in a self when there is no self. So it all doesn't actually exist. And the moment heat arises, ice is already water. So no real object of compassion exists. There is no actual sentient being. Or as the Buddha had said, all beings are actually Buddhas. They are only obscured by adventitious stains. These words of the Buddha are really extremely beneficial for our practice. So whether you really accept it or not, then mind is by nature the Buddha. So through the first two powers, the power of your own compassion and the power of all the Buddha's compassion, temporarily in this and future lives, the ice block can be melted. Through the power of love, self-grasping melts away. It's extremely important to understand this. And also in the context of Chod practice, whatever Chod you practice, whether it's an extensive sadhana or a short sadhana, it is actually accomplished because of those three powers, by virtue of those three powers. So ideally, the practitioner is one who has realized non-duality. In the middling case, the practitioner is one who has developed immeasurable love for all beings. But at least we should have the intention to benefit all sentient beings. Because we have taken the refuge vow, we should have this intention. So when we engage in practice, we say, may all sentient beings have happiness and may they be free from suffering. And this is something that has to actually arise within our mind. And when it arises within our mind, then it all becomes one, our intention and the Buddha's mind. It is just like we are adding a drop of water into the ocean, and it merges to be one. In the Vajrayana, we are often introduced to this merging with body, speech, and mind of the deities, when we visualize the syllables Oma Hong, representing enlightened body, speech, and mind. And actually, when we really understand the inner meaning of that, this solution, this merging, it is really extremely powerful, actually, because it is in this way that our ability, our power, becomes inexhaustible, endless. So that's the real quality of this wisdom nectar. It has the qualities of the Buddha's three kayas, or body, speech, and mind, all together. So that's sort of the basis to understand this. And then when we practice a deity, and we visualize the syllables Oma Hong, also in this context, we are merging with the power of all the Buddhas. Or when we are just engaging in the benefit of others, when we are helping others, actually that is also happening. We are merging with the compassion of all the Buddhas. So because this is really the root, the foundation of everything, this is really an extremely important point.
The immeasurable karla so the Tiang, Tomuneti, Tardeate, Ari, Sosoke, Sambata, Nigedi, Simpiza, Rivachana, Simpisim, Rivachagri, Sambata, Rivachagri, Pensa, Zahong Pang, but the Semijeri, 이런 자당시 라드 곰 깨는 곰 진리 제사들은 자홍 방호지 네 정말 사바체미 사바체미를 지내들이 다다 달라탐지 달라다 어서 샘 다지 요리 다지지 참로 사바체미를 라를 되와 잘 들이 지체미 라탐지 인기를 되와 잘 들이 가체미 들이 심지답지 아주 이제 대신에 벌어서 들어와요. 이 당용 재미들 라다 이선에 봐지 재미있게 것들 라라 무슨 들어와 잘지 라라지 봐. 잘 제형을 배나 이런 장하고 되는 저때나 다다 라타지 시기 저때 재미있게 것들이 저때 재미있게 라지 견디 이 심지 줄라 재미있게 것이 줄라 레고리 재미있게 제너들이 무슨 가리를 다 무슨 상행지를 지나 길다 가려요 맞다 가려요 배나 다 사바 재미지요 봐 그게 봐서 있나 대기 세자 가리 농바지라 강에 쳐보다 sống 강에 쳐보다 뒤로 맞으러 강에 손을 치세요 좋아가 하 라고 람짱 좋아지 그 강에 세면서 내는 거리 땅이지요 딸이 이제 가리 로바틀라스 강에서 왔대요 라고 초알을 때 사박 때문에 다들 강에서 마름나 뒤강에서 맨나서 이제 다들 사박은 이제 은혜 로바틀 제가 차대요 때문에 다 가는 것으로 다 한번 사박 재미 삼는지 망볼 남나요 생걸 로바틀 강에서 초알 강에매 전리지 때문에 삼는 게 소리 밀어 나가면서 삼바당 행제면 생긴 줄은 제가 잠깐매 내가 삼바기지 요사까지 앞에나 로바티 매소소나 강주이 맞아 야 얘는 소소가 그냥 도모 하장 행위사 로바티를 써야 돼 로바티를 써야 돼 어찌되는가 다 나온 거래 다 담말바가들이 삼바당 행제나 다 무슨 초와 깨졌지 문이 사바스니 이제 되어오나 다 됐다고 될 때는 다 저도 소소가 사바당 이제 시바래 참만 되와 내가 먼저 양땅하다 딱지 딴 거래 다 네가 믿는 거니 사바스니 선지 도와도 소소 동네에 싸움 가니 람지 동네에 생도 랩 초와도 랩 거래 초와도 랩나 이미 로바테라다 서로 그래서 초와도 철래로더니 여기에 파도 거래 사바키 저습지 라고 생각을 이제 봐. 방네 습지들 잡도 거에 그 쇼를 비나다다 쇼상지게 제대 이렇게 잘 라고요. 제가 강 제와요 뭐되게 다 많은 통들. 제와요 뭐되게 많은 것들 오늘 제와 맞지 많은 돌아야 보는데 제와지 뭐 많은 것도 무슨 제와 찾거래. 오늘 우리 제와가 핀거 그래. 제와가 생긴 제와요 뭐라고 딱지 땅에 그 핀땅 핀 내가 지금 라고 제와를 같이 좀 따고래. 그래서 이제는 자홍 방호지 다 재미있게 사바체미 이게 재미를 이 오와 홍들 사바체미 이게 재미오나 이 상계근 철레때 오와 홍들 죽으려고 죽었어 그래. 이 죽으려고 죽었어 되게 이제리 라지가 또 니체미 받게 그거래. 그리고 소소소 안 하는 것들이 저 정도치 그들이 다들 상이지 공내고도 배회치 맞지바 제외치 지방 만양배치 공고도 배회치를 다 사람을 그것들이 그런 게 있을지도 니체미가 제가 요래 대하고 그래서
So this merging or blending non-dually here, how that really happens, so is through love and compassion. If we really want to connect to somebody, to a sentient being, and help them, we can only really connect to them from mind to mind. If we cultivate love and compassion. Then next it says, Zahung Bam Hom. And And those 4 syllables represent the 4 immeasurables. Also, sometimes we invite the deity, and then the deity comes and so on in 4 steps. And so here it relates to the 4 immeasurables. First, there is Dham, is immeasurable love. The love of your own love and the love of all the deities has the same essence. So it all becomes the same love. Your love becomes great. So you connect to the mind of the deity through immeasurable love. Then secondly, Hung is immeasurable compassion. So here you are connecting to the compassion of the deity. Third is Bam, that is immeasurable joy. And so here you recognize that on the basis, all sentient beings actually are pure. They possess Buddha nature, and therefore they are, on that basis, already connected to the deity. And number 4, Ho, is to realize that they actually are the deity. They are inseparable from the deity. And that is when you actually establish a connection to the deity, when you realize that. So the 4 immeasurables are here represented by Dza, Hung, Bam, Ho. And so then the wisdom nectar from before has then transformed into the nature of those 4 immeasurables. So the 4 immeasurables merge with the minds of all sentient beings. So in general, there are certain signs of a person that has developed love and compassion, immeasurable love and compassion. And there are signs of not having developed love and compassion. A sign of having developed immeasurable love and compassion is, for example, when such a person hears in the news that something, a disaster happened in a certain country, then immediately that will generate a very powerful feeling in them. Then immediately the suffering comes to them, and they are shocked. They feel that suffering. And that is a sign of passion. And so that is different to someone that has compassion but not immeasurable compassion. So if one doesn't have immeasurable compassion and you hear about some disaster in a country and you wonder if maybe a loved one is in that country or a friend, then first of all you ask, is there somebody I know there? So immediately that thought arises first. And when that arises, then compassion for them arises. So then there is this very powerful feeling because you connect to that particular person that you love very much. So either way, we can see that it is through love and compassion that we are connecting to sentient beings. So Dza, Hung, Bam, Ho represent the 4 immeasurables, and even though as practitioners we may talk a lot about the 4 immeasurables, often there is no real special feeling that actually arises within us when we say that. If our love and compassion are not really immeasurable, we cannot actually connect to sentient beings and help them. So how does it really arise? For example, in a country, imagine in a certain place there a fire breaks out. You hear that in the news. Ordinarily, it doesn't really create a strong feeling. You don't think too much about it. But if there is a relative or a friend that you love very much in that country, then immediately you will shout out, what happened? Is there somebody I know there? So then immediately this very strong feeling arises. So that's the ordinary love, as opposed to immeasurable love and compassion. And it's only the immeasurable love and compassion that actually connects to the mind of sentient beings and that benefits them. So that is why we have to really look into our minds over and over again continuously to see whether or not we really have such an all-pervasive, a boundless mind of love and compassion. So bring to mind the suffering of all the sentient beings in the 6 realms. A person who truly possesses immeasurable love and compassion, then the moment they think about that, immediately it will make them feel sad. That suffering comes to them right away. Because to begin with, they love all sentient beings, and when they think about their suffering, then it is like the suffering comes to them and they feel it, and with compassion, their compassion then goes out to them and connects to those beings. And this is actually also how we benefit those who have passed away. Often when someone has passed away, we do various practices for them, like prayers and so forth. And generally the instruction is, if recite the Mani mantra for those that you love very much, with love. And saying that means that it is more meaningful to recite a single Mani mantra with true, genuine love for someone than to recite thousands of Mani mantras without any love. Because just the words, the Mani mantra, will not connect to their minds, and therefore we can't really help them. If we really want to help them, we must connect to their mind. And we can only connect to their mind if we develop genuine love. Then we can really benefit them. And so it's something that you should really see for yourself and look at your mind again and again. Do I really have that? Am I really connecting to all sentient beings? And your ability to benefit sentient beings depends on that. It depends on how vast your love and compassion for them is. So the 4 syllables Tsahung Bam Ho represent the 4 immeasurables. And then next are the 3 syllables Amahung. And so once immeasurable love and so forth have arisen, then one merges with the enlightened activities of the Buddhas, or the body, speech, and mind of the Buddhas, or the 3 kayas of the Buddhas, which is represented by the syllables Amahung, the Dharmakaya, Sambhogakaya, and Nirmanakaya. So on that basis, because this is the Buddha's nature, the Dharmakaya, and so forth, Buddhas engage in the benefit of sentient beings uninterruptedly, continuously. So we bring all of that to mind for the sake of practice, in order to purify our own obscurations, in order to give rise to love where it has not arisen, to not let it decline where it has arisen, and to further increase it. So we engage in beneficial activities for that sake. But on the level of the 3 kayas of the Buddha's minds, actually the benefit of sentient beings happens or is brought about continuously and uninterruptedly. So that is the point to be understood here.
아따리 베디 셔르트 데페나 sab제가랑 비르데 따고 심한나 에나 자연구들이 다다 오베리 줘서
So we reflect in this way when we say Zahung Bam Hom, the four immeasurables, and then Ama Hung, again we reflect in this way, and we recite the Ama Hung several times. Then we stop this visualization with phet and continue on with the next visualization, where you visualize yourself in the form of Vajrayogini, a very large form of Vajrayogini, kind of all-encompassing form of Vajrayogini, holding a skull cup filled with nectar in her hand. And so then this nectar is sprinkled first onto the hell realms, the hell beings in the hell realms. So here at this point, when you come to this line, bring to mind the suffering of the hell beings in the hell realm. And imagine a land that is a land of blazing fire and suffering and endless torment. And in an instant, as the nectar sprinkles or showers down, it becomes like a very heavy rain that extinguishes all the fire of hell. So it says, I scoop the ambrosia with the skull cup in my hand, sprinkling it on the hell realms, which become the Buddha land. The hell realms are the natural manifestation of hatred, arising due to the karmic imprints of hatred in the mind. So they are the self-projection of hatred. That is hell. And that nectar that you sprinkle, the essence of that nectar is love, loving kindness. And this love then permeates the entire hell realm, and it transforms these hell abodes into pure lands.
냐와 셈리 데라 탐게 냐와시 다 요마리 냐와 셈리 셈리 셈고 남들이 해다가나서 냐와서 자요레데 들이 다다다 도 차가라서 담메리 가자가랑 이슬라리 더 탐지야 문이리더라 능 문이리데 냐와데 다 탐지 셈리지나 들이 가다 연구 요리 더 탐아 셈리 sem구지요리 sem구는 다고 sem구라서 차로 야와 sem구라서 해당 가려지나 왜냐 해당이 탐지 레그 박차 냠도 좋은도 냠도 좋은소나 근데 될 잡아라고 요리 될 다다 희반랑 지게 된냐라고 매 무슨 좋고요리 잡을려나다 됐다 동네 요리 될지네 오 딜레나 자와 해당도 좋은 딜레지 사이트고요 봐 이따도 하고는 세미들 자와 시단 하고는 이따다 전화라서 너무 버리 일하서 별로 생각하지 마세. 그래서 사지에 통지가 삼지 노도지는 다 대신하면 라지고 적요래. 이제와 라지고 적요래. 이 매여야 라지고 적요래 변나 토리선데 라이어 매여 라미어 섬지요래. 얘네요. 라지고 적요래. 대답이 라지고 적나들이다. 유모바 촉치총들이 저거들이 대하고네 다다다들아 상바당 희게지 라지 파르드스바 촉요래 파르드스바 촉지 유모바 리리 보나 이따당 가서 이 돌라티네들이 다다다 여기 송동 토크요래 이거서 상소제네야 바바냐미 제마탑제기야들이 유모바 촉 갑서지 유모바 쩍는데 대체 그 유모바테게 저소나 대시기 더이전 사제예바 에타와 하고네 드린야베네 그 양적 더시르고 있냐와나 바슴 저 제스면 거쳐서 양적 드리여들 더시르고 강리 바슴 장제 레데 뇨데 시즈르 파서 나도 바제스나 레드가 레사들 박차 레드 박차는 양디 야서는 레용 시절 봐서 이 대양 시절 봐서 이제 이제 녀덕 다디 레드 녀덕 시절 송 레용 시절 봐서 이제는 상축 그 인피로 단지 다 어디 나한테 다 연구를
So in general, regarding the appearance of those 6 realms of samsara, we say that it is all created by the mind. The mind creates the 6 realms of samsara. So therefore, hell is created by the mind too. And some people misunderstand that slightly, and they think that hell is just the mind. So if it's just the mind, it's not so real. So it's not such a big deal, actually. They're not so afraid because it's just the mind. And that is where we really make a mistake, actually. Because everything is really made of created by the mind. And how hell is created by the mind is through the affliction of hatred, of anger. Hell is the natural manifestation of hatred. The human realm is the natural manifestation of desire. The God realm is the natural manifestation of pride. So one wonders if it is all real. So we think that this life, our life as a human being, that's real. But hell realms and hungry spirits, they are just mind. So that is where we make a mistake. Everything is mind, not just hell and hungry spirits. Also, this human realm is created by the mind. Everything is the manifestation of the mind. What we call a hell realm is the place where all those beings with hatred, with karmic imprints of hatred and anger come together. So that is what we call the hell realm. And in the hell realm, beings experience suffering according to the description that we find in various scriptures. And these kind of sufferings we can actually also find in this world, hellish sufferings. So everything is created by the mind. So each of the realms in samsara is created by a certain afflictive emotion. And so then also the Pure Lands actually are a manifestation of the mind. The Pure Lands are the manifestation of the love and compassion of all the Buddhas of the 3 times. So the nature of the Pure Lands is that. Love and compassion naturally creates the Pure Lands. Hatred naturally creates hell realms. And desire naturally creates the human realm. It's all the same. We have the 3 higher realms of gods, of humans, and jealous gods. These all come into existence temporarily in a natural way, depending on which of one's afflictive emotions is predominant. That will determine the realm that is created. So that's important to understand. And so then, once there is love and compassion, the nature of love and compassion is that one will practice the 6 paramitas. So the 6 paramitas have love as their basis, and they are also, and each of them, each of the 6 paramitas is an antidote to the 6 afflictive emotions. So through the power of the 6 paramitas, love and compassion, we overcome birth in the 3 lower realms. For example, in the practice called the Changchok, the inscription for the dead, or also Vajrakilaya practice, there is a visualization where we gather the 6 afflictive emotions of all sentient beings throughout the 3 realms of samsara together into 6 syllables. And that also actually is a sign that all sentient beings by nature are actually Buddhas. They possess Buddha nature. And so here now, coming back to the text, it says, so that in the next line, again, by the touch of the ambrosia, the beings of the hell realms are purified of the 2 obscurations, and all are transformed into Vajrayogini. So the 3 obscurations are the obscurations of karmas, the obscurations of afflictive emotions, and the obscurations to omniscience, or knowing one's true nature. Sometimes we talk about 4 obscurations, and that is, then we have also the obscuration of the habitual imprints. And here, when we talk about 3, then the habitual imprints belong to the obscuration of karmas. The obscuration, the ultimate obscuration of not recognizing one's own true nature, that is dualistic grasping. The obscuration of the afflictive emotions is self-grasping. And so then through that we form habitual imprints and we act out and accumulate karma. Through the altruistic mind, the mind of bodhicitta, all of these obscurations are at once become purified. And when the obscurations become purified, when self-grasping becomes purified, then just naturally the appearance, the surrounding will transform. So the hell realms, the perception, the appearance of the hell realms transforms into the perception of a pure realm.
그러다가 나 지금 계속 말하려고 너 이나 그러다가 다 냐와 냐와들다가 현재 무서더니 성질을 살짝 같이 보여요. 야 참부터 동해도 샷고 말이 동해도 샷부터 sem 초와지고 말이 초와 맞지는 더니 니지지고 말이 너는 소소랑이 니지지 동 대기지 보여래. 이 체도 사지가 선고요래. 이들들이 이나 배겨야래. 들랑라 피바다 이나 대와서 제가 다다 잡을 게 동해 체수들이 탑쪽 동해 원홍 동해 시다 용거리 다 탑쪽 동해 래 잡을 약합단 게 이쪽 가는 다 시당 그래지. 시당도 가만도 시당은 뒤니들이 네 잡을 것을 오늘 네 전투제도 그냥 남이게 되어지 전투제에서 세바 전투는 용화 전투에서 냐와그 샘들이 타지들이 약자들 용들이 다시 빠졌더니 파도 바탕 용화 전투에 약자를 내린 패롱 거를 잡으려는 패롱 거니 냐와는 제랑 시당 그 박차지 마죠. 문이 냐와지 용을 세고 돌아 용을 들이 숙가만 리는더니 배라 저제 고로 잡에 받더니 다다 용을 대서 못하면 너는 시당들랑 그 생뷰를 요나 들이 데려지는 다센트가 박차야서 담다 물론 우리 샤키요래 근데 데르지다 문이 시당들 아주 뭐지 샤야 독설이 대하고서는 이제 아우티 박차도 파적 받으면 동네 무슨 용은 걸로 하고 때문에 냐와요 메이트서 망보요래 가셔요 때문에 시에요래 자자자 시당 그 상우도 오늘 꿈에도 상우는 샤려고래 빼놓고 소리 아니나 다다 박차 잡으면 하고 박차 속지고 야야지 다른 양자들이 말랑 우리 샤려고래 가르들랑 그 주토라 이 유무 같다 내서 내 입에 빼나 막 탑tab고 가거나 자 박차 잡으랬다 샤려고래 이 유무 같다 내되나 지랑 샤려고 하거나 이렇게 다 나와 탐지랑 그 셈지는 랑그 셈자마 마지막에 줄을 샀네가 이 하고들이 그래서 우리 양식에는 이 박차서 당하지 평용고요래 이렇게 sembo요래 일단에다나 참조 책이 냐버서 담지 제주먹권 겨지 제주먹권 겨시 반대 강해지나 이 세절이 셉대식이 모여배 이때는 getümede tutardı ama getümene görsünüz. Yeni akte semtirleri dağdığım ve bağ sançuk bana görüyor. Yönetleri oşun geçtiğini cineyde borcum geçtiğini getüm romansı. O 대사를 보내들이 다다 오 이제 그저 남들만 죽으면 말이 sançuk semgrançuk sanki saatli 대사 보내들이 yapıyor.
So here, when we are purifying the beings in the hell realms, so here we actually have to really think about those beings that we are benefiting here. It's very important that they really arise in our mind. It really appears in your mind. That's very important. Because if it doesn't appear in your mind, if those hell beings do not really appear in your mind, then you can't really understand their suffering. Then their suffering will not appear in your mind. And if their suffering does not appear in your mind, then no feeling will arise in your mind. And when there is no feeling in your mind, then there will be no compassion for them. So actually cultivating, in this context now, cultivating compassion for those hell beings is really for your own purpose. So the Buddha taught this in this context here in terms of practice for your own benefit. But of course, there is also a benefit for others. But it is really for us to cultivate compassion. And in this way, we cultivate our own greatest benefit and also the happiness of others. In this world, for example, the greatest suffering really happens in places of warfare, where there is a lot of hatred and destruction, and that's even worse than impoverishment. So the effects of hatred is something that we can directly witness in this world. And what we are witnessing in this world is the result that corresponds to the cause. So we are first taking birth in hell, which is the result that is the full maturation. And then after that, even if we are again born in the human realm, we are born in a place of warfare where we then experience the result corresponding to the cause. And so in a similar way as before, we will continue to engage in similar activities. Again, we will harm others. And again, we will be harmed, a similar experience. So we are bringing these imprints of hatred with us. So first we took birth in hell, and for however long we have the karma to be in hell, we are bound to experience the torment, the suffering in hell. And the suffering in hell is really beyond measure and time, actually. Even if in our time measuring, 1 minute, in 1 minute in hell, you experience an endless sequence of death and destruction and torment, just within a very short period of time. This is just how it is experienced by the hell being from that perspective. So when hatred is within the mind, we continue to bring this habitual imprint of aversion, resentment with us. And when that imprint is present in our mind, it will manifest also in our dreams, for example. Then we have nightmares of fighting and so forth. So if we understand that, then we can really recognize that what appears is really just our impure imprints within our mind. And that's important to understand because people often have doubts as to whether or not those hell realms really exist, whether it's all really true. So we only need to we need to look at our own mind and how it manifests in our dreams, for example. And then we will be able to understand really with 100% certainty that if the root cause of hatred is present within the mind, then negative perceptions like negative dreams and so forth will always arise naturally. So also from personal experience, I know that whatever habitual imprint I am forming in the waking state throughout the daytime, something similar will manifest in the dream state. The imprints stay within the mind because the afflictive emotions are present in the mind. And as a result of that, we have all kinds of negative nightmares and so forth. So basically, for as long as the afflictions are within the mind, they will always continue to manifest as various appearances. In the 37 practices, it says, appearances are one's own mind. So for as long as we have not recognized that and purified our mind of dualistic grasping, there is no liberation from these appearances. And for this sake, we engage in practice to purify these habitual imprints. So that's a very important point here. But at this point, we will stop the teachings. And so we stopped with the reflection on the suffering of the hell beings. And so then we have visualized how they are transformed into Vajrayogini. And that also means that we recognize their Buddha nature. That is represented by Vajrayogini. And also, it means that their mind of self-grasping has transformed into a mind of bodhicitta. And so it doesn't necessarily actually have to be Vajrayogini. Actually, you can see any man with compassion as Chenrezig and any woman with compassion as Tara, just naturally, because as we mentioned before, that deities are a manifestation, the natural manifestation of bodhicitta.
Now, with your dedication, only Tibet, page number 8. Dorje jaje derlo naroda marba marla juje gambo amoy draba nyarva ndawom gajo lamana taje yo sonande ya tamje zegbani omne nyembe dana panze de jege nanja balon tom Siben zolen doa doa yo janjo semjo ramboje maje bana jejo je ba nyamba me ba ya kongne gonda ba wa yo lama kong ha zang wa so wan de Chod ge ren wa so wan de Dargen je bar so wanda lama dan rawa me bar zen je lo jambar ba je dar je ba sang bu de yan de gen de da gen je za da lo je wan da dam je rab du o san je ge zan Chen la da, chen ye men jara dembe chen la da, gen du me zan de be zan la je, ya da ngwe ge mo, de ba yo, da da ngorn de tam je je, de sun de sa ba da, yue be ge be za wan de, da da zhen jen da, Nirde lana me ba yang dog bar zo be za rambo je do bar je je he za ge je dan de ne la wan de dragong dan ba zan da ba ye de zan go then je long live pray. Number 12. Jere zewa denzen jamzo ye, shabe zenda bada denjo je, konjo gende shakja senge, inban zenjen berbe dani je, kunzan jo ban ren chelen jo, lenje je zela, shabden zo, konjo zenje nanye de gongba, denban zen la da da to je de, tanbe ju je keze, jega o zen yoge yade zo, pakbe yer na arya deva ge, dokan so san garje reksa dra, jikdin gumbe de se chudeng ba, parden garajin geze gajade, nyekde jardin yakche negande, tada durje da, yere me dimbe gajere da gege, dimbe nye mangarjin yade zo, yongman tebe norje samdan gombe rare nyade do, jarde zara ombo jinze je, kenje gyeongjo janze shabde zo, drumjo gom, namben zola wa, gongcho renjin ye jin gunje ja, norben duge yin jongwe de, trawan gong, Hyalwan de Dagya Mugen Pasan Sokwa Ye Saksan Ladan Sokmen Tada Je Wangong Rame Kesera Din Telen Gome Sobjir Bejur Je Satun Korlo Jirve Jarbo Jindong garba sangre sanje dong kang la kandra de la dardong samba jere zegla sorwa de oi mane be me oi de oi mane be me oi de Thank you. See you tomorrow.